my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back. Sometime I'm 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 way down low. Can my honey come back? Can my honey come back? Down low. Can my honey come back? Can my honey come back? Down low. Can my honey come back? Can my honey come back? Down low. Can my honey come back? Can my honey come back? Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back? Sometime I'm on a red back jack. Sometime I get a hump in my back. Sometime I'm going over here. Sometime can my honey come back?
Yo, what's up, party people? What's going on? What's happening with the stream?
Sometime I'm going
Is my stream getting raptured now? Not me. Oh, come on. Come on. It's fixed now? Wait, so what was going on? Was it just being... Oh, my camera got Ah! Oh, welcome to the stream, everybody. I was stuttering. Great. That's actually how I like the stream to be. You must carry Madame Zeroni up the mountain. If only the woodpecker's size, the bark on the tree was a little bit... And the something. He cries to the moon, if only. All right, everyone. Okay, why isn't this working? Excuse me. Okay. Alrighty. Ba-ba-da-da. See if that works. Blood like lemonade. Ruby, thank you for the 25 months. Polestar, Colstar, thank you for the prime. Erratic Seesaw, thank you for the 9 months. Phoenix, thank you for the 18. Mochi Pichu, thank you for the 21 months. Stanley Yelnats, your first name is your last name, but backwards. Stanley Yelnats. I used to be obsessed with palindromes. Anybody else? Couldn't get enough of them. Holy shit, someone reported my username as hateful on Twitch. Twitch suspended me, then apologized and reinstated it. Puerto Rican vegan socialist. I mean, that's about as hateful as it comes. The hate is blinding. You're telling me not just a socialist, not just a vegan socialist, but a Puerto Rican vegan socialist? It's not a palindrome, so unfortunately we can't accept it. What's everyone's favorite palindrome? Mine is the classic, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Classic. Reaction, please. Okay, hold on. Do you know where you got the hat? Yes, this is Emma Langevins merch. 37 months. Thank you, obscure leftist. Doofus. Thank you for the 2 months. I haven't tuned into your streams in a while, so I don't know if you talked about this, but Jesse Armstrong is doing another movie this time with A24. It was originally supposed to have Michael Cera and Eric Wareheim. I have not talked about this. Jesse Armstrong is doing another film after he did Mountainhead. Do you know who my new favorite film duo is? My new favorite film duo is David Johnson and Cooper Hoffman. Love them. Can't get enough. And I was overjoyed when I heard them say that they want to be like one of the next great duos. So the two of them star in A Long Walk, which I really loved. I was very devastated by this film. I cried more than I thought I would. It was like equal parts bleak, but also beautifully humanistic. Really well shot, because essentially you go into it knowing like, okay, these guys are walking for a long time. That's the whole premise. That's the whole thing. It's called A Long Walk. So, all right, how are they gonna make this interesting here? You know, change things up. And I thought it was really well crafted. I thought the screenplay was great. It is based off a short story by Stephen King, which, you know how those Stephen King stories can go. When Stephen King writes drama instead of horror. Yeah, and these two were so good, especially David Johnson. There's something so enigmatic about him as a performer. He is one of those actors that he's been blessed. He's been blessed with he's been blessed with a face that does a lot. I don't know how else to describe this. he is one of those faces as a performer that just it's like clay. It can just be molded into so many things. And he's phenomenal. And I had said this before I saw the film. I need more explanation of why. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really build the world out. It just kind of thrusts you in it. And most of what you glean is these conversations between these young men on this long walk. And yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more past, but I thought, I didn't have high hopes for this film. I saw a trailer for it and I was like, oh, this is probably going to be bad. That was going to be bad. But anyway, I thought, what was I saying? David Johnson. Yes, I already said this before I saw the movie, that he's a star. He's a star, baby. And I think because it's one of those films that I hadn't really thought of, and then I started hearing people say that it's actually pretty great, and that David Johnson's performance is one to watch out for. How was Mark Hamill? I mean, he was very theatrical, very like the Mark Hamill who voices the Joker. He was kind of the one character that felt a little too like everyone else felt very grounded, and I don't think I had like a problem with his performance. He was very hammy. Yeah, it's not that I had a problem. It was just he was a character that I would have liked to get into more as well, but it really wasn't about him. It wasn't about him. It was a relationship that formed between these boys, their place in this dystopic future. As young men who are basically raised to die. And especially the friendship that forms between the two leads, Peter and Ray Garrity. If they ever remake Night of the Living Dead, David Johnson is Ben easily. I mean, he's so good. He's just so good. Anyway, so when I saw the two of them, I went, oh, they need to do more movies together. This may be... They had such amazing chemistry. God damn it. Twitch. Is it like minis or small? I don't know. It must be... Imagine effing. Shut up. I don't know if is it Twitch or is it my internet? Hard to tell. Who knows? Who knows? Oxty Spala, thank you for the 8 months. Loved your RP with Sears Church and the possession moment. Yeah, hopefully we can do a little more RP tonight. Lulu the Witch Boy, thank you for the prime. Snow Moon, thank you for the 2 months. Corbarian, thank you for the prime. You might need to refresh chat if it's been doing little effies. Doing little buffers. Caroline, have you seen Ray talking about how cool you are in Wine About It? No, I haven't. You mean it's not Cutie? You mean it's not Cutie saying that she has no friends? You mean it's something else on the podcast this time? There's a lot of PSH fan cams online. Oh, I know. I've seen them pop up. It also usually I'm not really moved by, I don't know. This feels very specific, but like Nepo children talking about their parents. I don't care when I hear it doesn't move me emotionally when I hear like Schwarzenegger talk about his dad or anything. Cooper Hoffman talking about his father makes me emotional when he talks about how he thinks about like what his dad would have done. And I think it's probably because I loved Philip Seymour Hoffman so much and because he had such a tragic ending. And I think his son is great. I told you there are fan cams for anything and anyone. Just Philip Seymour Hoffman being an absolutely devastating performer. I'm sorry. This is so funny to set this song. To set this song to these clips. What a stud, though. Yeah, he was amazing. Okay. Anyway, I am. I'm just happy that when I saw this film, and I immediately clocked the chemistry between these two, and I went, they have got to do more movies, and then they've already said that they want to, and they already have their next film. They already have their next film that they've announced that they're doing together. And it's like, yeah, we need this. We need this generation's next great film duo. Because I don't know if that really exists. Like, who is it, you know? Who is the Robert Redford and Paul Newman of our gen, of the younger gens? Low-key, we had that with Michael B. and Jonathan Majors. And then Majors like a total piece of shit. And then Michael B. was also a piece of shit for like defending him. So I'm not counting them. It's
been a crazy week. Like, so I had to make a fucking wedding cake.
Speaking of the wedding cake,
wait, why does
drama.
Ray look? Why does she look like she just stepped out of the Matrix? The glasses, the like cunty all black, the high bun.
You didn't get a slice.
No, I did. I enjoyed it.
Oh, did you?
The pumpkin one was my favorite.
You were like sitting there as I was cutting it, and I was like, I need to give Ray a slice.
I was
and then
trying
like,
so hard
didn't.
not to bother you because you went through a lot that day. Okay. Caroline was like the most
this is about the panic attack.
superwoman. Like, she was helping you so much in every single way. She calmed you down through your crazy experience.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of how the previous week you said that you had no girlfriends. That's a lie.
I know, I fucked up.
You are
I apologize.
so
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray.
Caroline,
loved.
I
Yes.
did talk to Caroline a lot.
I was like, I texted Cutie, was like, hey, are you doing okay? And like,
I'm in the
I know
bathroom crying.
she's on the phone with Caroline the entire time.
Yeah.
And I'm just like watching, I was like, I'm gonna let Caroline handle this because I think they've worked together through this before. And so
Yes, talk about the great duos. Me walking Cutie through a panic attack. The great on-screen
I was gonna go
duos.
with Caroline to go grab the cake.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh my God, I could not believe that you were feeling all that way and you still tried to make it out there. Like, I figured we could put the cake in the Uber or something, get the cake out there. But you still tried your very best to show up, which I thought was so sweet and endearing, even though you were going through a lot.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just haven't seen you go through it
I
like
know.
that. And I didn't know
Yeah,
how
it's
to
okay.
be a better
You
friend.
did good. No, you did the best you could.
I stood there next to you while you cut the cake. And I was like,
you were like,
you're doing great, Cutie.
She had eczema on her eye and had her extensions removed and had leave-in conditioner hair. Why does she look so good?
Do you need anything?
it's fine. I
Why?
just had a crash out week. I've been unstable.
If that's what she looks like when she has eczema and conditioner hair, it's not fair for the rest of us. Yeah, just doing what we do out here, doing what we do, taking care of business, making sure our friends get through their panic attacks, making sure cakes get delivered. Nexus Sin, thank you for the 6 months. Little man, put that sub in my hand. If that subby doesn't show, then you owe me oh. Yeah, what? Suboptimal, thank you for the 3 months. Mood Sad Boob, thank you for 22. Mariksa, thank you for the 26. What's up? What up? Okay, wait, what was I talking about when I said we were talking about a long walk. What else have I seen lately? What up, VO? Okay, so I saw a long walk. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm obviously planning to see One battle after another, and I've already seen that it's been tanking at the box office. I think it was like $130 million budget or something like that, and opening weekend it's doing like 20 million, 25 million. Even though I've seen the reviews, I've heard the word of mouth. It's gonna need it's gonna need a real surge. I'm saying it tomorrow. Let me see. I want to go see it this week. Is it out? It's not. No, it is out. It's out. Wait. So I guess it's Wednesday. So opening weekend already happened. I know they have Leo. They have Leo, one of the biggest movie stars in the world, doing podcasts. Oh God, these Fs. Why? Does anybody not have buffering? So I'm trying to figure out if it's Twitch. Is anyone's not buffering? Because if it's my internet, then it's going down for everyone. But if it's Twitch, then maybe not for all. Has this been happening on anyone else's streams? Because that also can indicate. Did you see Apple? Yes, I talked about that yesterday. We're going to talk about it more today because Jessica Chastain responded. Wait, the film's... Oh, wide release tomorrow. Sorry, Sorry, I live in Los Angeles where the films are always available first. So I always assume, I'm like, oh yeah, it's out because I see that it's available. Like I could go see it right now. I'm buffering free. Okay. Yeah, it's gotta be something with Twitch's servers. Yeah, Shiana, thank you for the 11 months. JB, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, Twitch, get your shit together. Get it together, Twitch. Get it together, Twitch. Some of us have to do our jobs here. I could be useful here. I recently upgraded to Wi-Fi 6 from 5, and suddenly the buffering issues have stopped. This is an ongoing problem for 2 months for me. The day I switched, the problem vanished. What the hell is Wi-Fi 6? 6G? Girl. Oh, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. I didn't even know there was a Wi-Fi 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. No, I'm definitely not using a wired connection because I would have absolutely no connection. If I were on the internet and not hardwired in, I would not be able to stream. We are constantly losing service. Like I have issues making and taking phone calls in our place. Every streamer's chat you ran into last night was confused and loved. Yeah, did they think it was Jennifer Coolidge? I had to do like half a Jennifer Coolidge voice because it hurts my voice to do it to do it for a long time. So it was like kind of just, it was like half smoker, just half just, I don't even know. Do you have Spectrum? No, we have, wait. No, we have Frontier. No, I don't. Yeah, I think. It's a new wireless network protocol. Shouldn't matter for you. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yes, I was talking about the projected opening weekend numbers because it hasn't been wide release yet, but projection doesn't look good. And so now they got Leo DiCaprio going on podcasts. They got Leo DiCaprio going on not just podcasts, but the Kelsey Brothers podcasts. New Heights. It's giving, I'm not going to lie, it's giving desperation. It's giving like last minute marketing push. Hopefully Swifties, hopefully the Kelsey podcast listeners will be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll go see this movie. Which, like, let me be clear, based on what I've seen of One Battle After Another, and this being a PTA film, like, I am sure it's worth seeing, and this film should be seen. And I do get, it does always concern me when films of this nature tank because of how that tightens up the studios even more. And then on top of it, with Warner Brothers having released Mickey 17 and that being quite disastrous. Okay, let me see what Leo D had to say.
Agent, they said, your name is too ethnic. I go, what do you mean? It's Leonardo DiCaprio. They go, no, too ethnic, they're never going to hire.
Oh my God. He was a victim of Islamophobia. I almost said Italian phobia.
Your new name is Lenny Williams.
Fredophobia?
12:30. I said, what is Lenny Williams? Well, we took your middle name and we made it now you're Lenny. And my
say it ain't so.
dad saw his photo, ripped it up, and he said, over my dead body. I was told the same thing. Benicio really? Or Benny Dell. Benny Dell?
Benny Dell.
Benny Dell. Mr. Dell.
Oh, my gosh.
Lenny Williams, Benny Dell. Benny Dell, let's go.
This podcast would not be the same with Lenny Williams and Benny Dell. I tell you that right now.
That WWE intro would not sound the same.
Lenny Williams that's not an Oscar winning name. Benny Dell does go pretty hard. I agree. Yes, they are having trouble marketing this film because of the right-wing pushback. Yeah, they're calling PTA Antifa. And here's the thing. You can't spell Antifa without a T and an A. So I do think that there's a connection there between PTA and Antifa. Connect the T, you know what I'm saying? Connect the ta. Connect it. So speaking of pushback, I covered this yesterday because I had, I saw that Apple has decided to postpone their newest drama series starring Jessica Chastain about domestic terrorism. And in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination and this whole fucking country losing their goddamn minds, and now we have like Charlie maybe going to be on Currency. We've got Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day. Can't say anything about the fact that he was a white supremacist because that's mean. Because what an affront. So when I saw this news, I went, oh, this is absolutely in response to the current environment. Apple is sweating. They saw what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. They saw what happened to Jimmy. First, they came for Jimmy. And they made this decision to postpone the show. And there is no current date as to when they are releasing the show, which was supposed to release next week. And let me be clear, I watched the trailer for this show. I don't think it looks very good, but it's not about that. It's about the fact that a show that seemingly is not specific in its politics, like not identifying specifically one political party or another, one political ideology, and rather just broadly it being about domestic terrorism. That show being, oops, too much for the given moment. Oops, we don't want to ruffle any feathers. Oops, we don't want to have, we don't want to have all these right-wing assholes tweeting and screaming and pissing and crying about how we are glorifying what happened to Charlie Kirk or whatever bullshit. So Jessica Chastain responded, and she wrote on Instagram or Twitter, I want to say how much I value my partnership with Apple. They've been incredible collaborators and I deeply respect their team. That said, I wanted to reach out and let you know that we're not aligned on the decision to pause the release of The Savant. In the last 5 years since we've been making the show, we've seen an unfortunate amount of violence in the United States. Oh, wait, you mean it didn't begin with Charlie Kirk? Oh, you mean there's been political violence? The kidnapping attempt on Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the assassination attempts on President Trump, the political assassinations of Democratic representatives in Minnesota, the attack on Speaker Pelosi's husband, the assassination of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, the recent shooting at an ABC affiliate station in California, and over 300 school shootings across this country, which no one seems to give a shit about. No one seems to give a shit about the neo-Nazi 16-year-old who shot up his fellow classmates in Colorado the same day that Charlie Kirk was shot. I don't hear this being talked about endlessly on, in right-wing media. Nothing. I don't see nothing about it because we don't give a shit about kids being shot up in schools, especially when they're being shot up by yet another white male who seem to adhere to Nazi ideology, right-wing extremism, of course, because that doesn't fit the narrative. And right now, the narrative that they are trying to craft and shove down our throats is that the violence in this country specifically solely belongs to the left. These incidents, though far from encompassing the full range of violence witnessed in the United States, illustrate a broader mindset that crosses the political spectrum and must be confronted. I've never shied away from difficult subjects, and while I wish this show wasn't so relevant, unfortunately it is. The Savant is about the heroes who work every day to stop violence before it happens, like Kash Patel. And honoring their courage feels more urgent than ever. While I respect Apple's decision to pause the release for now, I remain hopeful that the show will reach audiences soon. Until then, I'm wishing safety and strength for everyone, and I'll let you know if and when The Savant is released. Did she make a video? Oh. All right, it's just the same words. Cash Money Patel. There's a piece in the New York Times. Why did Apple get cold feet about Savant? I turned in my review of the Savant on Tuesday morning. On Tuesday afternoon, Apple TV Plus pulled the show from its schedule. Maybe that's how it's going to be now, telling you why you don't get to see a show rather than telling you what it's like to see it. Apple has offered no explanation for the decision, but it's a safe bet that the postponement was a response to the angry fallout after the killing of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, which included ABC's short-lived suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show. The miniseries had been scheduled to premiere on Friday. In a statement, the company said only that after careful consideration, it had decided to postpone the show and plans to release it at some point. The show's star, Jessica Chastain, issued a statement disagreeing with the postponement, saying that she and Apple were not aligned on the decision. The New York Times reported that the show had been slated to premiere on September 12th, but was pushed back because the company decided that was too close to September 11th. As I said yesterday, it's too soon. It's been 24 years. How dare they? How dare they? Not to mention that we've had plenty of shows that glorify that glorify law enforcement and paint with a broad brush terrorists being that as really those who are from the Middle East. That's the terrorist problem we have in this country. In the show, Chastain plays a woman named Jodie Goodwin who tracks the online chatter of hate groups and identifies men who are able to put their words into action. The character was inspired by the anonymous subject of a 2019 article in Cosmo magazine called, "Is it possible to stop a mass shooting before it happens?" At the time, the woman, identified as Kay, was focused on rising threats against women, and experts quoted in the article connected the increase directly to the 2016 presidential campaign of Donald Trump. I wonder if that had something to do with it. Somewhere in America, a top secret investigator known as the Savant is infiltrating online hate groups to take down the most violent men in the country. Cosmopolitan goes undercover. Never would I have thought... I'm not going to lie. Never would I have thought I'd hear the words Cosmopolitan goes undercover. Because when I was growing up, the only undercover that was mentioned alongside Cosmopolitan was like how to pleasure him under the covers. 50 ways to give a blowjob. Britney Spears gives you her best fashion tips. 100 ways to give a blowjob. 100 more ways to give a blowjob. So I was not even aware of this article when it came out in 2019. Cosmopolitan goes undercover as she races to get ahead of the next large-scale attack. Okay. You still remember the tips? Well, there were certainly tips that were mentioned. I remember it was always like practice on a banana. But here's the thing. I also read Cosmopolitan when I was very much so a virgin and had no plans on changing that anytime soon. So it was not even like reading the 200 tips to give a better blowjob because I was like giving blowjobs or anything. You know what? It's actually probably good. It's probably good that it's probably good that the stream buffered right at what I said there. The tips got me. Oh, the tips got me. Do you have enhanced broadcasting on? I feel like you're trolling me. I don't know what that is, but I feel like it's fake. Enhanced is that the blowjob tips are being suppressed. They don't want us to know. This is censorship. Now, speaking of sucking, Twitch. Just the tips. All right. Well, I guess you're not going to get any of my memories of 200 ways to give a better blowjob based on what I was reading in Cosmopolitan in the 2000s. Girls, same. You'd find them in the bathroom at someone's house and open it and the virgin brain is like locked in. I know. I was like, what's a blowjob? Me being like, hold on, let's start off by figuring out what is a blowjob? All right. Well, anyway, I'm just going to, we're up to 200. Look, there's endless tips to give a better blowjob. You can always be giving a better blowjob, I guess, according to Cosmopolitan. According to Cosmopolitan. The standard thing in parts of Europe was the magazine Bravo, and it literally had naked underage people sometimes make teenagers less anxious about their body. It was nuts. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Because I have a feeling that probably wasn't just teenagers who were buying those magazines to be like, oh, I'm learning about my body. Okay, so moving on from the 500 ways to give a better blowjob. At the time, the woman identified as Kay was focusing on rising threats against women directly tied to the 2016 presidential campaign of Donald Trump. All right. The show, however, lacks any such specific point of view. And that is the gist that I got from the trailer. In fact, it's hard to imagine a show about domestic terrorism with fewer political signifiers in it than The Savant. And that's pretty crazy, given the moment. Given like the current environment, you're going to do a show about domestic terrorism that have hardly any political signifiers in this time, like with everything happening. But then also that show gets put on hold for fear of, I don't know, being too controversial. As far as I can remember, there's little or no mention in the 8 episodes of actual people or parties or of actual shootings or bombings. And here's the thing. It's not fictionalized. Like, I am sure there's elements that are fictionalized because it's a drama series, but this is based on a real woman who was the subject of this Cosmo magazine article in 2019, where Cosmo and her went undercover to infiltrate these hate groups, like very real hate groups, like this existing in our reality in the last 5 years. It's like if Ezra Klein made a show where he's like, it's a political show, but there's no politics. We see and hear the racist, misogynist, and don't replace us posts of the men that Jody monitors, but they are not ascribed to or associated with any specific group. Not hard to figure out, though, because we're living this reality. When someone says, don't replace us, you know what it conjures up? It conjures up Charlottesville. It conjures up Trump rallies. It conjures up, like, the insurrection. It conjures up the KK, you know, the Proud Boys, all of these right-wing extremist groups that we have seen, like, walking around freely, having their little get-togethers, right? Harassing protesters, counter-protesters. Megyn Kelly just posted a whole thing about witchcraft. Like, she fully believes witches placed a curse on that man. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Here's the thing. I think Megyn Kelly is fucking awful. I don't think she's stupid. I don't believe that she actually thinks witches placed a curse on Charlie Kirk. I think it is just simply something she can dig her claws into in this moment and be like, this is the violence of the left. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. She loves to cry victim. She loves to. Few people, and that's saying a lot, love to cry victim as much as Megyn Kelly. Candace Owens going off on the witches theory as well. Wild stuff happening right now. I mean, Candace Owens is in a whole other world. All right. She is saying all sorts of crazy stuff right now. Like, she's going deep down the rabbit hole and she is dragging along a lot of people with her. She is only becoming more popular because she's very good at what she does. These people are really good at what they do. I can look at the Megyn Kelly thing after, but I really do not believe that Megyn Kelly actually believes in witchcraft playing a role here. I think it's simply another line to use as she hammers in these falsehoods to cast blame on, to cast blame on the left, to cast blame on trans people, all the usual groups they love to blame, right? Like Etsy witches, we all get lumped in together now. Okay, let me finish reading this. We see in here the racist misogynists don't replace this posts of the men that Jody monitors, but they are not ascribed to or associated with any specific group. The Savant depicts white supremacists because that is what its source material demands, but it has done everything that it can to be topical without being political. I just don't understand how that's just not, you can't. Like, you simply cannot when white supremacy has been welcomed with open arms by the Republican Party. Like, there are white supremacists who hold high levels of office. You have people like Mike Johnson, who is a white supremacist and has been, has shared conspiracy theories like the Great Replacement. This is really frustrating, Twitch. Please, for the love of God. Yeah, there is just not a way. There's not a way to talk about white supremacy in a show, like to have a show be about domestic terrorism, white supremacy, without it being inherently political. But it sounds as if they tried very hard. It sounds as if they tried very hard to be like, we're all looking for the guy who did this. Oh, mega F. This is sucky. Ichi, thank you for the 3 months. I don't know why my alerts aren't showing, but thank you. Women are the new targets now, too. Not that they weren't before. That became entirely clear after the Tylenol bullshit where Trump just shamed women. Oh, yes. It's just a way to keep blaming women. Now, if a child has autism, it's the mother's fault. The witch thing is another way to go after women. Yeah, good point. This is really beyond annoying. I'm going to text Will and ask, is your stream buffering? Ay. Oh. Hassan had a major F spree. Yeah, he usually has internet issues. But I'm wondering if this is a fucking... No, Will says his is fine. I hate when this happens. I'm being censored. Kai Sinat's stream is struggling too. Oh no, how is he ever going to get to 1 million subs? Not like this. How could he possibly ever reach 1 million subs then? Fueled by T, thank you for the 12 months. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just going to keep going unless it just so severely takes my stream out that there's nothing I can do. I just watched the new Slow Horses. Oh, Slow Horses is great. I'm still in season 1, but it's really good. And it starts with a politically motivated mass shooting by an incel radicalized online, so I don't understand this decision. It's also an Apple TV show and just released today. Probably that they don't want to piss off Trump. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bizarre decision. Okay. The Savant depicts white supremacists because that's what its source material demands, but has done everything it can to be topical without being political. There is nothing on screen that could reasonably be construed as disrespectful or inflammatory or unfair. Pulling the show from the schedule could indicate an unwarranted apprehensiveness. It could also simply be consideration, declining to depict violence after people have been unsettled by a violent act. Boo. But if that was the reason, why not say so? The worst answer would be that Apple was afraid to present the truth that there are large numbers of young men who engage in hateful rhetoric online and on rare occasions take violent action. And while an increasing number of attacks have been coming from the left side of the political spectrum, in recent decades, a significant majority has come from the right, according to research published by the Cato Institute. Let's be so fucking clear. Let us be so clear. The majority, the number one domestic terrorist problem in this country is that of right-wing male violence. White, right-wing male violence. The vast majority of fatalities from domestic terrorism are due to right-wing attacks. Most domestic terrorists in the U.S. are politically on the right. Political violence has been rising. There's only been an increase in that right-wing domestic terrorism. Now, there are exceptions, say with Tyler Robinson and the guy who Joshua John, who shot and killed the migrant detainees at ICE's facility today, which we'll take a look at, where we don't know what their we don't know if they were being driven by a political ideology. And they seem to represent really the average person in this country who is not an extremist, to be clear. So when we talk about these statistics and the data around domestic terrorism, it's important to note that that doesn't mean that like the majority of people who even, you know, specifically have conservative leanings are like extremists in this regard. But yet, what's been happening is this immediate need, want, to label an individual shooter this way. And especially what we see is this very loud outcry and, an immediately crafted narrative by the very dominant right-wing media ecosystem and right-wing politicians to label people like Tyler Robinson and Joshua John as belonging to the left. Like they say so with such certainty, they say that these guys are indicative of all of the violence on the left. Ken Clips. Oh, does he have a new piece out? Okay, great. I'll look at that when we talk about what happened today. Kenny Clips. If you don't subscribe to Kenny Clips Substack, you're missing out on some real good reporting. He's great. He always has great reporting around this kind of stuff. Okay. So I'm almost done with this. The miniseries, which was created by Melissa James Gibson, a writer and producer for House of Cards, bears many superficial connections to Kay's story, but exercises extreme dramatic license. It takes a piece of reporting about a woman doing a difficult job and turns it into a mix of family melodrama and psychological action thriller. That is standard television and streaming practice. What is more noticeable about The Savant and more incongruity in Congress, in the light of Apple's reluctance to show it, is how quaint it feels. Time and American reality raced past while it was being made. The aggrieved rhetoric of the men that Jody tracks is not that far removed from language that has become acceptable public discourse. The resolve and competence of the federal agents who use Jody's information to thwart aspiring terrorists suddenly does not feel like something that can be taken for granted amid reports of lowered recruiting standards and the forcing out of veteran agents at the FBI. The typical promise of episodic drama that the heroine will save the day rings hollow. Maybe someone at Apple noticed this too. Yeah, maybe it's just that the show is bad. Maybe Apple TV's like, someone went, actually, you know what? This show's not good. What's the point of this show if it's not going to get into the nitty gritty? If it's not going to like bother to try and say something real. It's not reassuring that a series as anodyne as The Savant makes one of the world's richest corporations nervous. How many phones do you have to sell to stand by your TV shows? Yeah, I mean, that is, I think, that's what worries me. That's what worries me, just like in conjunction with everything else, is if a show like this is enough cause for concern of the potential backlash, the lashing out of like the Trump administration, and therefore this multi-billion-dollar company decides to put a show that was supposed to be released, like it was supposed to debut, puts it on hold. I'm concerned. Like I'm concerned for the state of creative freedom and what is going to be clamped down on even further when it comes to the projects that are being greenlit. Like, obviously, I don't think that this is a sign that nothing political, especially if it's going to potentially anger our Lord, our glorious leader, Donald Trump. I don't think it means that like nothing is going to get through, but I'm just like, what's going on here? Okay. I was going to look at, okay, so we looked at that. Did I say there was one more thing I was going to look at? Okay, we talked about that. All right, let's talk about, it's a bit like the Civil War movie, very well crafted, but tries very hard to be as apolitical as possible, ends up not saying really much. Yeah, it's like, oh, this is a film about wartime photographers. Like it could have been set anywhere. Like it didn't need this Civil War style backdrop. Ice shooter. Oh, hold on a second. If you were to see the way that this was initially reported, or if you were to see, say, tweets by Vice President J.D. Vance, you may believe that it was law enforcement who was hurt, who was killed in this attack on the ICE facility. It's not. These were migrant detainees, two of whom were killed. A third who was injured, I believe, is in the hospital. And then the shooter, Joshua John, killed himself. And yet, of course, this is being spun immediately, like not even when the bodies were cold, as a vicious attack on ICE, as a result of the left constantly painting ICE as the Gestapo, which they fucking are. And I am certainly not going to stop saying it. Okay, so just as a reminder, it's fuck ICE always. It's fuck ICE always and forever. And JD Vance and Kristi Noem and all these other ghouls who are trying to spin this into a, see, this is what happens when you unfairly dehumanize. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Are we talking about the same fucking ICE? These terrorists? These cowards? These ICE agents who are brutalizing people in their communities every day, who don't care if they are children. They are going after children. Didn't you see the very real looking bullet casings? Oh, right. Yes. The bullet casings. The bullet casings that said anti-ICE, that just so conveniently, look, let me just say, hold on. Let me find that stupid ass Kash Patel tweet. Yeah, okay. Couple things here. So this is the first thing that I saw when I woke up. Kash Patel tweeting this photo of what he says are shell casings, unspent shell casings that were recovered on site. And lo and behold, this says anti-ice. Scribbled on it in pen, it seems, some whatever. It's been marked up to say anti-ice. It also looks like they almost spelled ice wrong, which would be a very cop thing to do. Okay. The Peach tweet underneath. Wait, who? Wait, Peach. The Peach tweet underneath. Peach tweeting at Kash Patel? Yeah, no, it's giving the same energy of Black's rule. Yeah. This morning, just before 7 a.m. local time, an individual fired multiple rounds at a Dallas, Texas ICE facility, killing one, wounding several others. Do you notice, too, that they don't even specify right away that it was migrant detainees who were killed? Because they wanted to give the impression, like I immediately thought that ICE agents were killed. I thought that someone opened fire on ICE agents at a facility and killed ICE agents. And then I found out down here, thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Where it's like, oh, hold on a second. Did a little further looking into this. And they were migrant detainees who the shooter opened fire on and killed. Wounding several, killing one, that's two, I believe. Wounding several others before taking his own life. FBI, DHS, ATF are on the ground with Dallas PD and state authorities. While the investigation is ongoing. And doesn't that also seem fucking strange? I mean, I know Kash Patel is an idiot. I know that he is constantly shitting in his diapers because he has no idea what he's doing. But this is an ongoing investigation. Like, this was right after the news had broken. And here he is tweeting out a photo of what he says are shell casings with get this, ideological motive. He spelled ideological wrong. Ideological, he spelled IDEALOGICAL. It smells like the shit that's in his diaper. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that, Yeah, he's very incompetent. One of the unspent shell casings recovered was engraved with the phrase anti-ice. More updates will be forthcoming. These despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. We are only miles from Prairieland, Texas, where just 2 months ago, an individual ambushed a separate ICE facilities targeting their officers. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Thankfully, no law enforcement personnel were injured. Please pray for the injured and deceased. Oh, such an afterthought, though. Don't worry, guys. ICE is okay. And remember, we don't give a shit about migrants, which is why we've brutally locked them up this way. Which is why we have been stripping them of their constitutional rights, because we don't care. And let me just be so clear here. What is happening is a very blatant attempt to try and criminalize, not just like strip away our free speech, our right to protest, our right to say fuck ICE, but to criminalize this. This is in line with designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, pretending as if Antifa has like some headquarters, that it is it's a well-organized, constructed network. and now is being labeled as a terrorist organization. Like, this is all what this is, where they are sending the message. They are sending a message. If you protest ICE, if you go on social media and say, fuck ICE, ICE are the Gestapo. If you say, you know, if you continue as you have been, we are coming after you. Like, they already have databases, okay? In the wake of like Luigi Mangione allegedly killing Brian Thompson, allegedly, they have their databases in place. They are searching through, they have keywords set, searching through the internet for anybody who's making any type of post that is at all sympathetic, that is joking, that is like, you know, siding with the bad guys type of vibe. Oh yeah, they're going after your Antifa. They're going after Antifa. So that's also what they're doing here by already being like, this is because of leftists and what they have said about ICE and how they have protested ICE and all their violent words and actions. And now, oh, not ICE officers are dead. Now migrants are dead, but it's not about them. No. It's about our brave men and women. It's about those who are keeping our country safe. How much do you want to bet someone was on a phone call with the admin? They told them to write something like anti-ICE on the bullets to frame it. And some dumbass was like, oh, okay, here goes nothing. I saw a bunch of people tweeting like they saw the bullets that said deny, depose, delay. And they saw the way that people reacted to it and went, huh, that's a good idea. Hey, maybe we should do that. Hold on a second. Isn't he not supposed to be publishing pictures of evidence? Yeah, there's a lot of questions that I have here. A lot of questions as to how Kash Patel is operating. The same Kash Patel who, when he was asked about Dylan Roof, he was like, I'm sorry, who? Dylan Roof, who murdered a bunch of black people at church, who is a violent white supremacist. And Kash Patel, head of the FBI, was like, sorry, not familiar. Am I supposed to know everything? He was also a prosecutor with the DOJ then, just to be clear. It's not like he came out of nowhere. It's not like he was dropped off whatever fucking planet he came from. And he's like, sorry, I'm new to this whole thing. My memories only begin now. Like, he was a prosecutor with the DOJ at that time. And he still was like, sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Dylan Ruth? Sorry, who? Yeah, didn't know, couldn't answer. Maybe the guy is anti-lice instead. It was a little smudge. Maybe. Yeah, it's a little hard to read. Okay, so, all right, let me just watch this quick, just to give an, and then we can look at Ken Klippenstein's
I'm John
piece.
Dickerson.
We're beginning tonight with yet another.
Even Aaron Rupar, the most lived up, usually non-conspiracy guy there is, this is the fishiest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, there were a lot of people who responded to that and were like, this is bullshit. I have found myself, unfortunately, like agreeing with Brian Krasenstein of all people, and seeing the way Brian Krasenstein has been attacked by the right has me being like, first, God damn it, Jimmy Kimmel, Brian Krasenstein. I do not love that I am out here having to defend the Kraz. It is time for another Twitter space. Let me just say, if the Kraz does another Twitter space, I will be in it. And I will be like, solidarity, brother. So stupid. Oh, it's so stupid. I had to defend a Pod John. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think like Pod Johns are as bad as the Krazes are. But yes, I also was I also saw John Favreau going up against JD Vance. And I was like, yeah, fuck JD Vance. Here's let me see if I can find it. Okay, I think the suggested context in the community note says it all, Mr. Vice President. So his tweet was come on, man. Come on. Okay, here's what he tweeted. The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. And he tweeted that in response to Kristi Noem, essentially saying the same thing, where they are already making this out to be an attack on law enforcement immediately. Of course, because it's part of the playbook they're trying to run here. They're trying to make it so that like protesting ICE, calling ICE pigs, getting in their faces and calling them Gestapo as they're trying to rip families apart, that they want to criminalize this. They're doing their damnedest. So Favreau said, I think the suggested context in the community note says it all, Mr. Vice President. Not sure why it's so difficult to give people the full story. Detainees were murdered by a sniper and anti-ICE was found on a bullet. That seems to happen quite a bit with you. Sorry. Sorry. Let me back up a little bit. Okay. He said the vice president is not a reliable source of information. This is now the 5th or 6th time he's posted a political take contradicted by facts from his own law enforcement agencies. Yeah. His ass is getting community noted out here. And then JD Vance said the gunman had anti-ICE messaging carved on the bullets he used. What precisely did I get wrong, dipshit? And not that like this is the most important thing. And not that I am trying to do the like liberal civility bullshit, but there is something that is just so nasty on top of all of this. The way that like JD Vance, the vice president, responds in this way. Using words like dipshit. You know what I mean? Like that is a person who is second to the president, who is supposed to at least, and I know where we're at this point, but should not be speaking this way. And it's like normalizing, and also it's like, yeah, this is the way that we talk. This is and so just on top of everything else, on top of how horrible he is, just how fucking nasty he is. And I'm so sick and tired of these people always calling us, especially like JD Vance, Donald Trump. They love to call women nasty, of course. And the reality is that they're the nastiest that there is. They are fucking so nasty. Just clowns. Just absolute clowns. Oh, dipshit. Oh, gotcha. You've been owned, loser. Yeah. So then Favreau came back and was like, this happens a lot with you. Example one, it's a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. Not a statistical fact, not even what the single online poll you cited says. 2, you threatened George Soros's Open Society Foundation based on a lie that they funded a Nation article you didn't like. They did no such thing. 3, you got another community note after accusing the Wall Street Journal of fabricating the existence of Trump's birthday note to Epstein because Congress obtained the letter. 4, you accused me of not reading a court document that you cited as proof that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a convicted MS-13 gang member. He's not. The document didn't say that, and your tweet ended up as evidence in a trial that the government lost. I could go on, but you get the point. Have a blessed day. Here's another one for you. Since you're such an avid social media user, I can't imagine you missed your boss threatening legal action against a television network for bringing back a comedian who makes fun of him. Yeah, I mean, JD Vance is just a fucking liar. They're all liars.
Failed shooting in America. One the FBI is investigating as an act of targeted violence.
It happened outside the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, field office in Dallas.
Officials say a 29-year-old sniper fired from a nearby rooftop at a van holding migrants. One was killed. 2 others are in critical condition. Investigators say the shooter then killed himself.
Officials say the words anti-ICE were written on unspent shell casings.
President Trump was quick to blame Democrats for criticizing the immigration crackdown and for, quote, comparing ICE officers to Nazis.
Last month, there was a bomb threat at the same ICE office in Dallas.
Wow, whoever has been saying that is so based.
Omar Villafranca is there tonight to lead us off. Omar, what have you learned?
Well, here's the thing about that.
Right next to this busy I-35 is this small Dallas ICE facility where detainees are processed before they're being sent to larger facilities. And it's also the scene of the latest targeted attack.
This is going to be a sniper on top of the roof.
It was still dark outside when the first calls came in at 6:40 a.m. with reports of gunfire. DHS officials say a lone sniper on a nearby rooftop fired indiscriminately at people inside a van at the ICE facility entrance. 3 detainees were shot. 1 was killed, and 2 are hospitalized in critical condition. A woman was recording on her phone near the facility when gunshots were heard. FBI agent Joe Rothrock.
The FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence.
Police quickly found the shooter, 29-year-old Joshua John, who
another white male
died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No law enforcement agents were injured.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
It's the 3rd shooting in Texas.
And the thing is they don't give a shit about these migrants who were harmed, one of whom was killed. Of course not. In the same way, as I said, a lot of these people didn't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. It was simply an opportunity. And what they're focusing on more and what the immediate and only focus is on is the political ideology, is a way to blame. And I know no one says anti-ICE, is a way to blame the radical, violent left, Antifa.
Directed at ICE or U.S. Customs and Border Protection. According to DHS, the same ICE field office was targeted nearly a month ago. 36-year-old Bratton Dean Wilkinson claimed he had a detonator and was arrested for making a bomb threat. And in July, a police officer was shot in the neck in an ambush-style attack outside the ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas. 10 suspects were charged in that attack. DHS says attacks faced by ICE officials are up by over 1,000% from the same time last year. Todd Lyons is acting director.
I would really like to know what qualifies as an attack on ICE officials. In the same way that the ADL is like, anti-Semitism is up 5,000%. And it's like, oh, anti-Semitism, which includes like criticism of Israel. Anti-Semitism not being acts of bigotry, of violence towards Jewish people because they're Jewish. But the, of course, broadened definition of anti-Semitism being, being attacks on Israel.
Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
My number one concern right now is making sure that men and women can go out there, do their mission, but they go home safe to their families.
An attack.
Omar, at this early phase in the investigation, what do we know about this gunman?
We know 29-year-old Joshua John, he had a charge for marijuana on his record, also driving without car insurance. But police are searching homes in North Texas and in Oklahoma. And once we find out more about what they find, hopefully we'll learn more.
Omar, what do we know about the victims?
From the victims, what we understand from DHS is that they were actually arrested as part of an ICE raid. That's why they were in that van. The Mexican consulate says one of them was a Mexican citizen.
The devil's
other two
lettuce.
we still don't know much about.
Okay, Omar Villafranca, thanks so much.
The devil's lettuce. All right, let's take a look at Kenny Clip's piece, The ICE Shooter's Politics. Joshua John's friends speak out. The deadly sniper attack on a Dallas ICE facility this morning seems straightforward, with anti-ICE engraved on unspent shell casings recovered on site, per the FBI. But after interviewing several of John's longtime former friends, the picture isn't so clear. Same thing with Tyler Robinson. Empress Grinch, thank you for 3 months. Within months of the shooting, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X, while the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. See photo below, which just also killed me. See photo below. President Trump quickly accused the radical left, pledging to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks, just days after he designated Antifa a domestic terrorism organization. I'm not even going to try to read this in my Trump voice. I've been briefed on the deadly shooting at the ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. It's now been revealed the deranged shooter wrote anti-ICE on his shell casings. This is despicable. The brave men and women of ICE. It's always driven me nuts that he specifically capitalizes certain letters of certain words. It just drives me crazy. It's very much a like Donald Trump way of writing. And remove the worst of the worst criminals out of our country, but they're facing an unprecedented increase in threats, violence, and attacks by deranged radical leftists. This violence is the result of the radical left Democrats. If only the Democrats were radically left. If only the radical left Democrats. Constantly demonizing law enforcement, calling for ICE to be demolished, and comparing ICE officers to Nazis. The continued violence from radical left terrorists in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination must be stopped. ICE officers and other brave members of law enforcement are under grave threat. We've already declared Antifa a terrorist organization, and I will be signing an executive order this week to dismantle these domestic terrorism networks. I am calling on all Democrats to stop this rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now. Wow, if only all Democrats had actually been speaking out against ICE and calling them what they are, the Gestapo. If only the Democrats had a universal message of fuck ICE, abolish ICE, that they had more of like 5 years ago than they do now. The Trump administration is fully committed to backing law enforcement, strong borders, securing our homeland, deporting violent illegal criminals, and fully rooting out the left-wing domestic terrorism that's terrorizing our country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I wonder if anybody ever reads one of his truths, like one of his followers reads a Truth Social post, and when he ends with "thank you for your attention to this matter," if they ever say, "No, thank you, sir." Like out loud, you know? Just, I can't believe he thanked me. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance says, "We know this person was politically motivated," pointing to the inscriptions and some evidence we have that's not yet public. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it seemed, I reached out to people who knew the gunman, 29-year-old Joshua John. 3 who knew him since at least middle school agreed to speak to me on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone with a vague libertarian bent who despised both major parties and politicians generally, including Trump. Wow, you mean the average voter, but who didn't engage with politics beyond that? Wow, you mean the average voter? He preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan, all of which he became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life as well as their own friendship several years ago. Classic. None of his former friends believe that the anti-ICE inscription could reflect a sincere political conviction. Oh, you mean it may be, if it's not something the FBI cooked up, you mean it may be like this guy's being into internet memes, this edgy humor that his friends speak of, this irony that is so prevalent on message boards like 4chan, this trolling. Sincerity, none of his former friends believe anti-ICE inscription could reflect a sincere political conviction. Sincerity was anathema. Oh my God, I always feel like I'm having a stroke. Anathema to who John was. His humor was deeply ironic, often offensive and aggressive to the point of alienation. There are some words I just go, you know what? Let's just get rid of that word. Okay. So exactly what we've been talking about here. Like, oh, deeply ironic humor, offense. Like, yeah, that's your average like young dude on the internet, where they speak in memes, you know, where maybe they listen to Come Town, but also maybe they like love Nazi memes on 4chan, where there's no coherence. This could be like 50 million different guys. Yeah, just an irony poisoned nihilist, which is a lot of young men. He was most certainly an edgelord, an irony guy, one friend said. I mean, you know, this is like the type of guy who could watch, could watch an Asmongold, but also could watch like Hassan. Like, you don't. Someone who's like, oh, I'm just here for the vibes. You know, like there are definitely people out there. There are definitely people out there who they don't have any coherence. There's no like ideology that they're consistent with. Yeah, could be a chapel guy, like who knows? You know? Okay, who knows, you know? He most certainly was an edgelord and irony guy, one friend said. Edgelord is online speak for someone who likes to espouse edgy, nihilistic views. Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said, Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Oh, cool. Playful shock humor, the friend said. Yeah, my favorite kind of jokes. Rape jokes. Yeah, trolling with bullets and rape jokes. So playful. So fun. So playful and fun. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast amounts of times he spent playing video games, especially shooters. More than 6,000 hours on Rust. God. Over 3,000 on Team Fortress 2 and 1,000 on Left 4 Dead 2. He even found time to play 3.5 hours in the past 2 weeks, the account shows. You know, the thing is, too, is that people who want to use this, who are already using this in their political moves, in continuing to paint one political side as the source of violence. We know what they'll pull out of this. They'll be like, video games, violence, video games equals leftist. Like they will pick and choose from here. And rather than see someone who like is an irony poison nihilist, which they don't understand what that is. Okay, you have to understand too, the people running the show, they don't get the internet. They don't understand these kinds of people who are in vast numbers on the internet. These types of internet users. And instead they're like, I need to neatly fit them into one political box. They don't understand anything, literally. You know, they'll look at this and they'll try and tie this again into Twitch, into Steam, you know, video games, violent leftist rhetoric on these platforms that's radicalizing these people into committing acts of violence. It's the same thing. It's what we saw with Tyler Robinson. Among the dozen or so usernames he used was one reading #impeachment. And yeah, and they'll pick that up and be like, that means something. That means something. Very clearly, he was a deranged lunatic liberal who wanted nothing more than to impeach Trump. When I asked if this wasn't a clear reference to anti-Trump politics, his friends recoiled at the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. I mean, honestly, it's like if you didn't know Hassan and you clicked onto his stream on any given day, he might have his fucking like giant ass Make America Great Again hat. And someone would be like, oh, he's MAGA. You know what I mean? Is like there is a not that I think Hassan's brand of humor is the same as this guy who's doing rape jokes and is like just way too deep on 4chan. But there, yeah, like the Hank Pecker or Carolyn or just these things that are not actually indicative of what your staunch political beliefs are. Like his friends recoiling at the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly, they're like, no, what? No, that's the type of thing that like a 40-year-old, like a 50-year-old wine mom on Facebook would post. You know what I mean? Like by my family members, my liberal family members who go to the King's Rally protests have signs that say #impeach the orange. Like there's no irony to be found there. There's a difference. Like #impeachment is not being used sincerely, is not a way to actually gauge someone like this guy's true political feelings. Yeah, you know, impeach the orange, like the Cheeto. The Cheeto has got to go. The Cheeto has got to go. The Cheeto has got to go. Putin's puppet. #vote orange out. Yeah, and it's possible he was anti-Trump, but also possible because he was anti-everything. Because there are a lot of people who do not belong to a political party, who do not have a coherent political ideology. They might be like, yeah, I hate that guy, but I also hate that guy. You know, I kind of hate all the guys. I speak and my life is just memes. My life is memes. That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, John was not a fan, though he had contempt for mainstream politicians in general. Yeah. His friend said he was more of a libertarian bent. Why is it always? You know what? Why is it always libertarian, actually? It seems to come down to this. With one recalling an interest in Ron Paul. Still, the friend who recounted John's dislike of Trump insisted that there was at least a kernel of seriousness to the username. If it was ironic, it's that half irony where you're half kidding, half serious, just in case. He was never really into politics, especially not politicians, said another friend who had known him since age 8. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense. Oh, God. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense. And the thing is, if you know, you know, right? If you know what that means. Contrarian, provocative, boundary pushing for laughs, not conviction. 4chan, the anonymous message board where provocation and meme warfare thrive, was apparently one of John's favorite haunts. His abrasive humor is where his friends' opinions on him diverge the most, with some describing it as amusing, but others as grating, especially as his online persona bled into real life. I mostly stopped talking to him when he took his 4chan irony stuff into daily interactions. He was becoming unbearable, which may have also led to, some anti-socialness happening here. And then who knows what else it was mixed in with. Yeah, that he was becoming a 4chaner IRL. And people were like, yeah, that's really annoying and I don't want to be around that. I wasn't able to find anyone with insight into John's more recent views, something that his friend said was unsurprising given his withdrawal from social life over the past few years. If you're having trouble finding people besides immediate family who knew him, that's part of the story, one friend said. Every mutual friend drifted away over that kind of edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of John's humor appears in the following YouTube video, since removed from when he was a high schooler, a tongue-in-cheek parody of tech advanced
Hello there,
videos.
Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly, not knowing what the heck to do with your life? Well, there's a solution to that. You can unlike all of your crappy pages. All you have to do to unlike your crappy pages that you realize you don't like anymore is to go to your profile, select more, go down to likes, and simply hover over each page you want to unlike, and there you go. You will be able to unlike all of your pages in a matter of minutes, maybe hours, possibly, depending on how much you've used this function of Facebook. Thank you, and I hope you like your day.
All right. I would have found this fucking hilarious at age 12. Yeah, definitely not the humor I understand. Not my humor, but certainly some people's. Hello there, Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly? Well, there's a solution. You can unlike all your crappy pages. The following audio recording of... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. The following audio recording of John bombing at stand-up comedy was shared with me. Oh, God. Oh. It drew a comparison by one friend to the 2019 Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix as an off-putting loner who also tried and failed at comedy. The film culminates in a scene in which the Joker gets his revenge on the entertainment world by gunning down the host of a popular late-night TV show. I mean, there were definitely a lot of, I think, specifically young men who watched the Joker and I think maybe took the wrong message from it.
Hey guys, my second time doing stand-up. I was at the Dallas Comedy Club last time. Alright, so I'm going to start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV. And I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive. And reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy. And it applies to me, so instead of going down that old muddy road, I just go towards MTV. Cheers up my day. It's great. You guys should all watch MTV. like Kim Kardashian and Girl Code and Guy Code.
Let me just say, regardless of like what this guy did, stand-up comedy is not for everyone. Okay? Stand-up comedy is really hard and you will fail. You may have some good nights, but like even the most famous, funniest stand-up comedians have had nights when they bombed. Holy moly.
These are great advice to us. I heard you guys.
You know what's interesting too is like this is a guy who probably got some validation on the internet, maybe like on 4chan sharing memes or whatever, and then took this out into the real world, whether it was like trying to do stand up or trying to do like memes IRL with his friends who went, yeah, dude, this is fucking weird.
Someone say something about Tinder, but I did some research on that, and apparently it's a matchmaking website, and for those who don't know, it's if you don't know how to start a fire, just go to choose Tinder. There's this guy named, here's some of my original content, I made this out of my own brain. There's this guy named Derek, and he's an avid ghost hunter. His father recently passed away, and he wanted to see if his father's ghost is still around. So he got all of his friends together, his ghost hunting friends, and his ghost hunting equipment, and he turned them on, and he's like, Father, are you still here? If you're here, make a sound. And you hear nothing. And then he waits about 30 seconds, like cat in the door, swings flies open. And he starts laughing and says, oh, that's my late father for you.
This is really hard to listen to. My fight or flight is activated. I mean,
spouse ever said, honey, I'm falling apart. And you can't help but say, I know, but I don't have any sewing equipment on hand.
It's not even that it's the worst stand-up comedy of all time. It's bad. Like, it's really bad. His jokes, his delivery, everything about it is bad. But just this being the same guy then who ended up opening fire on an ICE facility and killing one migrant detainee and injuring others. Like, he's a murderer.
I can't help you. It kind of seems like your problem. A guy walked into a really scary, spooky breakfast cafe in France. And he didn't expect much when he came in. But when he walked out, he said, man, that place really gave me the creeps.
This is 4chan voice?
Insisted that I listen to Nicki Minaj's new stuff. And he knew that I only liked classical jazz. And so I had to say, man, pop music isn't really my jazz, and you know that. So I knew a guy in the war, and he got his hand cut off.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised the jokes aren't even... It's not that the jokes are even offensive. Like, at least he didn't go for the... I can't understand all of what he's saying, but it doesn't seem that he's even leaning on, like, racist, misogynistic, nasty jokes like that, especially considering his friends were like, yeah, he liked rape jokes. He thought that was funny.
Unfortunately, and
it's like
I'm trying to have some reverence here.
It's almost just like he's like telling some stories, but in a bad way.
I can't help but think his heart was pumping in vain.
Like he's talking about his personal problems, sharing his inner thoughts. Which it's like, okay, if you go to a poetry reading, right? A different format for like doing what you're doing here that's not stand-up comedy.
One more time for Joshua John.
Oh, yikes. The audio from his attempted stand-up routine where he bombs now resonates uncannily with Joker, the friend said. Ironically, John's contempt for Trump and the major political parties has bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us, too. Oh, and honestly, dude, fuck you. Man, it's like, not only did you kill someone, but now you have only added one more, one more shit log to the pile here, as these authoritarians are continuing in real life, not on your internet, in your internet spaces. Like, this is happening in real life to further deride our freedoms and to keep us, as trying their best to keep us from challenging their power. People like him are the reason Joker 2 was the way it was. Yeah, that Joker 2 was so fucking bad. That pile of flaming shit. Antisocial assholes have zero understanding or care for consequences. And like, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people out there who are like a Joshua John, but then don't go to that next level of, I'm going to commit an act of violence in the real world. And that act of violence in this case, specifically being against migrants at an ICE facility. And it is one of those where, like, I'm sure, despite the fact that he's almost 30, I am sure he did not. I can't imagine him sitting down and thinking through all of the very real, serious repercussions. Not just to himself, but now how this is being used. He shot at a van without knowing if anyone was even in there. Here, let's watch.
We return now to our top story. At least one person is dead, 2 more injured after a man opened fire on an ICE field office in Dallas. All 3 people shot were detainees. Authorities say the gunman fired indiscriminately.
Yeah, I mean, he opened fire, so it's not necessarily that he was like he did so with the intention of killing migrants. Sadly, that is who the victims are here. But it really speaks to, I think, the chaos that someone like this is just hoping to be a part of, hoping to create.
CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez sat down with acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, who calls it a targeted attack.
You don't shoot out the windows. You just don't shoot at the random vehicles. You don't pick that location, a specific spot in Dallas, just to make a statement. When you have anti-ICE rhetoric written on the bullets, you know who they're targeting. And I wouldn't even say it's targeting against ICE, it's targeting against law enforcement.
And Camilo joins us here now. Camilo, very good to have you here on set, especially on a day like this. Now, you also spoke with the acting director Lyons there about security measures for ICE agents and detainees, especially in the wake of this shooting. Yeah. What did he say about that?
Well, acting director Lyons told us, Nancy, that this tragic shooting is a game changer, potentially, that will allow the agency, and really force the agency, rather, to re-examine and reevaluate its security protocols, including at detention facilities across the country. Let's take a listen to some of that interview. Sir, are you implementing and enforcing new measures and precautions, perhaps, to protect detainees and employees alike in light of the shooting?
He's like, detainees, why?
We've always been operating lately with the increased rhetoric in the assault on ICE officers, a higher threat posture, if you will. But definitely we'll go ahead and reevaluate how we're doing operations. The one thing that I'm dedicated to, and I always get asked, what's the one thing that keeps me up at night, is the safety of the men and women of ICE, to include the people that visit our facilities as well as our detainees. And that has to be my number one concern right now, is making sure that men and women can go out there, do their mission, but they go home safe to their families. And that we have to make sure we ensure not only the people in our custody, people visiting our facilities, but our men and women in law enforcement, our federal partners, are being taken care of. We're going to look at all of our security posture more thoroughly now.
Yeah, because that's the real problem here. Won't somebody think of ICE's safety? That's the real threat involving ICE, are attacks on ICE, threats to their safety, and not the threat that ICE represents. The rogue ass agency that has been funded to the tune of billions of dollars, who are blackbagging people, who are intentionally hiding their faces, showing up in unmarked vehicles, beating the shit out of politicians. They just brutally attacked Kat Abu, who's running for office in Illinois. Some of you probably know who Kat Abu is, but anyway, that's what's happening. What's with all the makeup? Pray tell, what on this guy? This guy here, he's on TV. They slather makeup on him on TV.
And see, the director did tell me that this tragic incident will not deter the Trump administration from continuing its aggressive mass deportation operation. As you know, the president has promised to oversee the largest deportation campaign in American history.
And Camilla, you also asked the acting director about lowering the temperature. We've really seen the rhetoric ramp up quite a bit recently. What did he say to you about that?
Well, just for context, Nancy, just in the past 2 weeks, we have seen attacks against ICE agents. We have seen confrontations, including violent.
People on TV wear a lot of makeup. Men wear makeup as well.
Confrontations in Chicago,
painted on
here
hair.
In New York City. We've seen protesters try to block the entry of vehicles into ICE facilities. We've seen New York City lawmakers be arrested here after blocking the entry.
My friend was a meteorologist, and she was pretty lower level TV station, and she had to do her hair and makeup every single day because they just didn't have the budget to provide hair and makeup. Like at the higher levels, they have a whole team, but it would take her like a full 2 hours every day to be camera ready. Hair, makeup, the whole thing.
Into 26 Federal Plaza, another ICE facility. And I pressed them on that environment and what can be done to reduce those tensions. Let's take a listen. How do you think these tensions can be reduced?
Bro does need some powder, I will say. He needs to be repowdered.
Because they appear to be very, very high now.
I would love to work with other elected officials and local leaders on the ground. I think there's just misinformation of what true ICE mission is. When you do have social media posts, whether it be from a group or an elected official, saying what ICE is doing is wrong, is illegal, and to push back and resist ICE, that's just not right. It's a law enforcement mission. That's what the men and women are doing. And again, we talked earlier, a lot of that rhetoric is just so heightened and volatile right now. That's not only putting the detainee or the arrestee in harm's way, public in harm's way, but the men and women of ICE and law enforcement in general in harm's way. We definitely need open dialogue, common sense approach to this, communication at all levels, but really need to dial it back. I mean, to put out a tweet or actively say you should resist ICE or you should push back against ICE, that's just wrong. That leads to more violence, more tensions, and that's what needs to stop.
And Nancy, Acting Director Lyons obviously believes that the rhetoric by some politicians against ICE activity across the country is playing a role in this heightened and tense environment. But I do have to underscore that from advocates' perspective, ICE's aggressive tactics are also contributing to this really tense situation that we're seeing across the country now.
Excellent.
Fuck you, fucking fascist. Whoa, whoa, careful there. Hey, we got to protect our law enforcement. That kind of language. That kind of language is victimizing them. Don't let the BBC hear that. Sorry to make us watch this piece of
So
shit.
I also got to talk a little bit about another law and order problem. I said Charlie Kirk's assassination was the most political and disgusting violence that we've had in this country in the last couple of weeks. And that was true maybe until this morning, because I don't know if you all have followed the news, and we're still learning a little bit about it. But what we know is that in Dallas, Texas, an ICE facility, an Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility, was opened fire upon by a violent left-wing.
Just the last couple weeks. If that don't tell you about America, the last couple weeks, the most heinous act of political violence.
Extremist, a person who wrote anti-ICE messaging on their bullets, and there's some evidence that we have that's not yet public, but we know this person was politically motivated. They were.
Wait, that's not yet public? You mean the photo that Kash Patel tweeted out and said see photo below? That one?
Were politically motivated to go after law enforcement. They were politically motivated to go after people who are enforcing our border. And I think that is the most disgusting thing. The very people who keep us safe ought to be honored and protected and praised by Democrats and Republicans alike. It is time to stop the rhetorical.
Have I seen Trump speaking at the UN? Yeah, like that's why, amongst everything else, he really is such a buffoon. He is such a fucking freak ass idiot. Talking about his poll numbers at the UN.
Assault on law enforcement. Because here's what happens. Because here's what happens when Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government. When the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell.
I'm just
and you
a
have no
little
place
stupid
in the
baby.
conversation of the United States of America.
Wow. So brave, so strong.
Just yesterday, NBC News, maybe the worst of all the fake news, and I'm sure we have an NBC reporter out there. It's
Also just so funny how they all adopt Trump's language. They do. Fake news says,
my friends, to be clear. But maybe the worst, I said maybe the worst, is NBC News.
They try to do his
said
jokes.
That immigration enforcement, you know what they said? That immigration enforcement had detained a 5-year-old autistic girl in order to get to that girl's father. Turned out that story was a complete fabrication. It was a complete dishonest lie. But when you go around and lie about our law enforcement and you tell them that they're mistreating 5-year-old...
Yeah, it actually was true. He says autistic like a slur. I mean, considering that this administration refers to autism as a disease, as something to be eradicated, Yeah, no, JD Vance is saying autistic like a slur. Wow, who am I going to believe? DHS? Or am I going to believe the family whose autistic child was used by ICE agents as bait, which would not be the first time that ICE has done something to this effect?
Girls, what do you think is going to happen when Democratic politicians incur doxing, when they encourage us to unmask ICE enforcement officers? What do you think is going to
Wait, but I thought you guys hated masking. I thought masking was bullshit. COVID's gone. Masking is soy, so why do they need to be masked?
When the mayor of Los Angeles encourages violent protesters to get in the face of our law enforcement, what do you think is going to happen? What's going to happen is political violence, and political violence has gotten out of control in this country. We got to stop it. We got to condemn it, and that starts, unfortunately, at the very top of the Democratic Party. If you want to stop political violence, stop attacking our law enforcement as the Gestapo. If you want to stop political...
I don't think I will. I do not think I shall stop calling ICE the Gestapo.
Violence. Stop telling your supporters that everybody who disagrees with you is a Nazi. If you want to stop political violence, look in the mirror. That's the way that we stop political violence in this country. And
Okay, you first, little bitch. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. You go first. It's hard to do a show of force when you look like you're made of dough. Remember when he called Trump Hitler? Yeah, I do. Eric DeRed Reed, thank you for 2 months.
And while we're all mourning and rooting for and praying for everybody who was injured at that ICE facility, and as far as we know, it looks like some of the detainees...
Are we? Because I don't think you could give less of a shit, sir. Sir, I do not think that you care one bit about those detainees.
Some of the potential illegal aliens were some of those who were affected. Look, just because we don't support...
Still continuing to use the moniker illegal aliens. Illegal aliens, which is a dehumanizing term. That's why they're always emphasizing illegal and alien.
Aliens, we don't want them to be executed by violent assassins engaged in political violence or either. So we're praying both for our ICE agents, but also for everybody who's affected by this terrible attack. But that was an ICE facility. And as these guys behind me know, and a few of our police officers know, police officers writ large face too many...
We don't want individuals like this man who shot up the facility to do the violence. We want to do it ourselves. Stop doing our work for us.
Threats of violence all across the United States of America. And we know where it started. We all remember the summer of 2020 when all of these violent protesters were encouraged to treat police as the enemy instead of as the solution. You'd take 1,000 police officers, you'd find one person who didn't do something perfect, and use that one guy to tarnish the other 999 police officers. Well, I would like everybody, whether a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent, especially those in political leadership, can we all just agree that our police officers are heroes, that they are public servants, and that the first and most important step of keeping all of us safe is to keep our police officers safe, because they are the thin blue line between civilization and chaos. Thank you all.
Who is this we, blood? Who is this we? Not I. Not I. By the way, MAGA bros have been arrested during the 2020 riots for starting fires. They even admitted to doing it. I know. I mean, it just... I am getting so sick and tired I'm getting so sick and tired of not even just how much hypocrisy there is, but the word hypocrisy itself, of being like, God, the hypocrisy. Oh my God. Saying, first of all, trying to do a few bad apples about the cops, but also it's like, okay, if you take that logic, and yet you all do this constantly. You take one example, you take one anecdote, and then apply it to an entire group of people. You do this with immigrants. You will find one individual story of an immigrant, of a migrant who committed an act of violence, who committed a crime, a violent crime, and then apply that to every single person. Y'all do this all the time. It's their playbook. Ugh, God, and I know I'm so what they don't care about being hypocrites. They don't care about rules for thee but not for me. Like, they don't care about being called out on it. They do it with transphobia too. They do it with everything and every group that they are, that they are constantly dehumanizing, constantly taking really vicious political action against. All right. I wanted to watch this yesterday, but this is John Oliver's latest episode, Jimmy Kimmel and the FCC.
We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight concerning the fact that on Wednesday, this happened.
Overnight, ABC pulling late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel off the air, hours after a threat from the head of the Federal Communications Commission.
Can you believe
Brendan
it?
Carr called for Kimmel's suspension over comments earlier this week on Jimmy Kimmel Live about conservative influencer Charlie Kirk's death. ABC pulling the plug, a spokesperson for the network saying Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely.
I will always love John Oliver.
President Trump weighing in, calling the decision great news for America.
Yeah, ABC pulled Jimmy Kimmel's show indefinitely, and the president apparently thinks it's great news for America, which is just a weird response to have. Not to be fair, the weirdest response he had to anything this week, given that he described his dinner with the royals by saying he ate, and I quote, whatever the hell they served us. But still pretty fucking weird. And look, Kimmel is now one of many who face consequences for comments in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder 11 days ago, with workers being fired or placed...
God, this has been the longest 11 days, or 12 days, I guess, since this came out yesterday. Ever. Did you have it during the BBC interview? I did, yeah. It was their morning radio show. And they told me that no one else agreed to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. To talk about what's been going on here, the environment post Charlie Kirk's assassination.
On leave over posts about him, and very quickly, I was honestly inclined to wait
it's been
to
12
engage with the back and
days.
forth over who Charlie Kirk was and what his legacy will be, at least in part because we're taping this on Saturday. His funeral hasn't even taken place yet.
Ola Kyle,
what I will
thanks for
say
the
is,
6 months.
a person getting shot is tragic, and a person getting shot for their ideas is horrifying. That is true no matter what those ideas are. And I also recognise that for many, especially...
This really does feel like the new condemnation, the new, like, mandatory condemnation, where you have to first condemn political violence. You have to first condemn what happened to Charlie Kirk, which, okay, I get it, but also it's like, it is what it is. Like, this is the thing now that you have to condemn and then talk about all the other things.
Those who were the targets of some of Kirk's ideas, it has been hard.
But the thing is it doesn't even matter if you condemn. It doesn't matter. And I get it that, like, yes, there are plenty of people who do actually genuinely condemn, but also recognize the heightened the heightened environment, and knowing that you have to make sure that you publicly condemn, but it does not matter to these schools because they are still going to accuse you of they'll call you Charlie Kirk's murderer. Okay. That all of us are Charlie Kirk's murderers because we thought the things that he said were fucking abhorrent.
Hard to stay quiet as they see flags lowered to half staff and hear claims that he debated things the right way. But setting all of that aside, it does seem like some are now willing to weaponize Kirk's death to do things they've been wanting to do for years, whether it's going after liberal groups, trans people, or their remaining critics in the media, and under some shamelessly flimsy pretext, all of which brings us back to Jimmy Kimmel. Because look, it is not news that the administration's been wanting to get rid of shows like his. In fact, it's such an open secret that last Sunday, when we won an Emmy for writing, one of our writers opened his thank you speech with a line that was followed by a camera cutaway that now feels pretty prescient.
Thank you so much. We share this category. We are honored to share it with all writers of late-night political comedy, while that is still a type of show that's allowed to exist.
Yes. Yeah, that is pretty eerie. Now, obviously, our writer Daniel did not know the future. On some level, that is just a coincidence, like when a young Shirley Temple accepted an Oscar in 1935 by saying, "Thank you very much for this." On January 28th, 1986, the Spaceship Challenger will suffer a catastrophic failure, killing 7 people. You know, kind of spooky stuff, but...
The thing is, we all know the future because we all recognize the current, the present. So it's not even like Donald Trump tweets everything out. He tells us exactly what it is that he's trying to do, what he's going for. When he said, like, after Stephen Colbert, they were going after, he's going after Jimmy Kimmel.
It's not just a coincidence because everyone knew the administration had it in for Kimmel. Even Daniel knew that. And to be honest, he doesn't know a ton of stuff. 2 weeks ago, he was arguing that Alfred Molina is more famous than Bad Bunny. He's a very good writer, but he's wrong about a lot of things. And for what it's worth, he will never be speaking publicly on our behalf ever again. Because we're now terrified he's going to drop another fucked up fortune cookie. But the pretext that's been used to indefinitely suspend Kimmel's show is just laughably weak, because while you may have seen headlines saying he got in trouble for remarks about Charlie Kirk himself or even remarks about his death, that's not strictly accurate. The comments that got him in trouble weren't about Kirk.
Thank you.
In fact, Kimmel's first...
Thank you. And, like, I know the bar's in hell, but this is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it was. It was not comments about Charlie Kirk. And yet, motherfucking Bill Hemmer, Andrew Colvett, a producer for the Charlie Kirk show, is still calling on Jimmy Kimmel to apologize further. Even though he cried, he did apologize. He, talked about how wonderful it was that Erica Kirk gave this message of forgiveness and if we could all live this way, because it's not enough for these people. Because they want total capitulation. They want you on your hands and your knees begging them. That's what they want. It's power. It's control. That's what this is. So he was he made an appearance on Fox News America's Newsroom. Bill Hemmer, the anchor, said, "What was lacking in your view?" Because they were talking about Jimmy Kimmel's monologue from last night. And Colvett said, "Well, an apology for one." He fucking apologized. Where was the "I'm sorry"? Where was the contrition? He continued. Yes, he was emotional, but I think he was emotional because A, he's really good on camera, and B, well, I wouldn't say really good, maybe, but he's used to it. And B, because he's been under the gun for the last couple days. That's what he's emotional about. All he had to do was say simply, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I will do better." It's never enough. This is what he said. "It was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man," tearing up. "I don't think there's anything funny about it, nor was it my intention to blame," which he didn't do, "to blame any specific group for the actions of what was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make. For those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt that way." I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. God. Like any bully, you cower, give them an inch, and they just they try to take the mile. Exactly.
Comments after his murder were a post reading, "Can we just for one day agree that it is horrible and monstrous to shoot another human? On behalf of my family, we send love to the Kirks and to all the children, parents and innocents who fall victim to senseless gun violence." What got Kimmel in trouble?
Yes. Still showing more love for Charlie Kirk and his family than Trump did. Creepy ass Trump, who could not be bothered to act as if he cares.
Was a passing reference on Monday night. Now, at the time, there were still rumours flying around regarding
Kimmel
the killer's
cried,
motivations,
yeah,
including that he was
points.
on the far right, something that Kimmel alluded to like this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yeah, that was it. Weirdly, I was actually a guest on his show that night. And I didn't even register that comment, and that's only partly because I wasn't really paying attention. And I'm not alone in that. After Kimmel's suspension, many struggle to pick the offensive line out of his monologue, as YouTube is filled with comments under the video like, "I'm still waiting for the offensive part. What did he say that got him fired? I'm rewatching the last week of episodes and haven't heard it yet." And one viewer from the Netherlands saying, "It is even in the Dutch news." With a link to this, I watch this almost every day for a year now to stay covered for American news with a humoristic flow. The point is...
I know, I saw this. I got your bitch. I got your bitch with me. I cannot believe an employee of Stavi Baby Enterprises would post something so callous. Rest assured, Mr. Sula will be disciplined. They go way back. Erica and Donald Trump. Back to her beauty Trump pageant days. I mean, the Kirk family also being connected to Trump. Who's the family member who was like an architect? Kirk family member, architect. Yeah, Charlie's father, Robert Kirk, was an architect who was involved in the construction of Trump Tower. Trump truly could not be bothered to even act as if he feels emotional over Charlie Kirk. Did you see Elon started following Erica today? Oh, God. We're seeing the opening stages of the next Trump versus Elon war. Oh, I saw someone also say, I haven't seen Trump be this into a blonde woman since his daughter. He's like, you know what? If I can't have Ivanka, I'll just get somebody who's kind of like Ivanka. Wait, hold on. Elon Musk unfollowed Charlie Kirk? Elon Musk followed Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, but you're saying that he then also unfollowed Charlie Kirk? What? I'm willing to believe it because that is a very, that does feel like a very Elon thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. Be like, well, he's dead. So, I don't like to follow too many people. Almost as if he's like, okay, I have to unfollow one person so that I can follow Erica. Well, the perfect person to unfollow is her husband because he's dead.
Kimmel didn't denigrate Charlie Kirk or make light of his killing. The worst thing you could say is that he appears to have been wrong about the shooter's ideology, which, okay. But he was also pointing out that many on the right seem desperate to weaponize Kirk's death, an argument that's aged pretty well given, everything that's happened to Kimmel since. because that one line set off a firestorm in some corners of conservative media. And on Wednesday, Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, and James Cromwell, minus the raw sex appeal, went on a right-wing podcast and said this.
You know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel.
Similar to Steven Crowder changing his bio from #2 to #1 conservative podcaster for Charlie's. No way. No. No. Okay, I found something on Twitter, but it's been community noted. The bio of Steven Crowder had his show listed as #1 as early as September 4th. So what did Steven Crowder know? You know what? We can play this game as well. Why did Steven Crowder change his bio before Charlie Kirk was killed? It's almost as if he knew something was going to happen. We're talking a conspiracy. Yeah, I can do this as well. I can do conspiracy corner, where I just say whatever the hell. Start asking. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions here. I'm trying to put together the pieces, you know? All I'm saying is that somebody should look into this. Elon also didn't unfollow Charlie recently. He did that back in June. Why would Elon Musk unfollow Charlie in June, only to say things about him after his death that made it sound as if he was really, you know, just revered him? So why did Elon Musk unfollow him in June? They're afraid of a truth teller like you. Keep asking questions. Oh, I will. I will keep asking questions. What did these people know? Were they in fact wolves in sheep's clothing? Were they in fact shedding crocodile tears after Charlie died, when really they were celebrating because now Elon Musk can pursue Erica Kirk, and now Steven Crowder doesn't have to deal with the competition? Follow the money, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Can you do the Alex Jones voice? I think it would destroy my voice. I think it would kill my voice. I need a little practice at this too, at the conspiracy vibes, you know? This is a new thing. This is a new thing. So just bear with me as I work through it. Elon Musk has started following TPUSA. Well, you know, Charlie's gone now, which opens up a vacuum of power. And Turning Point USA, it's a very loaded organization. And now Erica has been appointed the CEO, but she's also a widow now. And we know that Elon Musk is always looking to make his next move on a woman to bear his next child. Where I thought that was going. Anyway, I'll be here continuing to ask questions. And if you are a true patriot and you are seeking the truth, then make sure that you keep following along here as well. Make sure that you don't miss a single stream. Make sure that if you can, you give me every single dime rather than these other phony balonies who are leading you away from the truth. Because I am here for one thing and one thing only. Freedom. Yes. I think that, you know what? Whenever you don't know what to say, you just go, freedom. Thank you. To freedom. Yes, thank you. Don't forget to plug your supplements. That will, yeah. Well, I still have to get, well, I'm new, so I still have to get my like supplement sponsor, but that will be coming as I grow and become really famous and have a lot of followers because they're here for the truth as well. So, Papa Gatto, thank you for the 24 months. Trivial Solution, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the Prime. Elsky, thank you for the 3 months. Also, sorry, but today I don't know why my alerts have decided that they don't want to show up. They're just over it.
Or, you know, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. And frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster are running the possibility of fines or license revocation from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion.
Yeah, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. As threats go, that is pretty clear. It's like if someone threw a brick through your window with a message that said, shut up or else, then followed it up with more clarifying bricks saying, by or else we mean we will hurt you physically, then this is the mafia, by the way, followed by, you know, like in Goodfellas. Now, in the wake of those remarks, Nexstar, one of the largest owners of TV stations in the country, announced it'd be pulling Kimmel from its stations. That, in turn, seems to have triggered his suspension by ABC. And a key thing to know about Nexstar is that they have a big incentive to keep both Carr and the Trump administration happy right now, because Nexstar currently controls or provides services to 201 local TV stations. But they're trying to buy Tegna, a major competitor, and need approval and regulatory changes from the FCC for that deal to go through.
As it would mean their reach would
grow to 80% of US households, which is more than double the FCC's current 39% cap, all of which is a little bit strange because neither company really sounds like they should be providing television at all. Nexstar sounds like a bankrupt flip phone manufacturer, and Tegna sounds like, I'm sorry to say, an absolutely gorgeous Italian restaurant. The point is, Nexstar badly needs FCC approval, so it is hardly surprising that when Carr specifically said companies should pull Kimmel off the air or face consequences, it quickly complied. Basically, Brendan Carr said jump, and Nexstar took his dick out of their mouth for just long enough to say, how high exactly? Now I should say, Nexstar insists that it acted unilaterally and that they had no communication with the FCC or any government agency prior to making their decision. But I will remind you, they didn't need to...
Yeah, I was just going to say, even if that's the case, which I fucking doubt it is, they didn't need to, because Brendan Carr went on Benny Johnson's podcast. Benny Johnson, who is swiftly rising in the ranks of person I want to punch in the face the most. He's so fucking annoying. He is so fucking annoying. I know a lot of them are really annoying. They're the worst, right? It's hard to... It's kind of just like, pick your flavor of super obnoxious. But holy moly, he is also, very mediocre. Very mediocre. And yet he just keeps popping up.
Communicate directly. Carr essentially told them what he wanted to happen on a podcast, then they unilaterally decided to do it. And it wasn't just Nexstar, because following that, Sinclair Broadcasting, another major owner of TV stations who are also apparently exploring merger options that would require FCC approval, announced that they too would not air Kimmel's show. And Sinclair even cited Carr's remarks in their statement, saying, "We appreciate FCC Chairman Carr's remarks today." And come on, Sinclair. As I believe Alandria once said to Huda on Love Island, don't embarrass yourself going too hard for a man. And that's just solid advice for the islands of love and for business. And it is not like Carr himself was trying to dissuade people from connecting the dots here, as when one media reporter asked him for a comment, he sent back a smiley emoji. And when CNN did the same, this is what they got.
I don't know if you saw the response that Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, gave to Brian Stelter. When Brian Stelter
thank you for the 20
asked him
months.
for a reaction or response
Papa got
to
two. Thank you for the
ABC's
24.
pulling Kimmel off the air. We're putting it on the screen. It's a
Such a
meme. It's from The
joke-ass
Office,
country.
and that was the actual response by the chairman of the FCC.
Oh, very cool. Just when I thought this factory-setting white man...
You're only saying that because you've never seen Benny's hit show, The Left Can't Meme. Yeah, meanwhile, this is what the right does. You know, the other thing, too, I was thinking about this, is how everything stupid and slop gets associated with the right now, because that's what they love, which is why AI-generated images have quickly become very right-wing coded. You know what I'm talking about. How you see something AI-generated, and it's already starting to indicate that it has something to do with the right, because that's what they love. They just love that kind of slippity slop, low quality images. No, it's not that I don't see liberals also engage with it, but when I say like MAGA coded, it's true. It's true that AI has quickly become more and more MAGA coded, especially all the like all the political, like the Trump AI Christian images. AI appeals to their sensibilities because image synthesis is really good at meshing together contradictions that don't make any sense or exist in reality. Yeah, and it also looks really stupid. And they're like, yay, this is awesome. They can have it. Kyle Kalinske loves AI more than using the R word. Yes, he is often can be very obnoxious. I think that he can have great takes, but I also think he tries too hard to be an edgelord. And I'm like, how old are you, Kyle Kalinske? You are 37 years old. You are 37 years old, and yet the way that you behave on the internet, it's like I'm just really tired of the guys on the internet who so badly want to be edgy. They're especially when they're older. It's like, okay, bad enough if you're 20. When you're almost 40, and you're trying so hard to be a douche, to be like, I don't know, an 18-year-old douche lord. Please, come on. I mean, that's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch is still an all-timer, but yeah, he's got to grow up. Yeah, he just can be like really obnoxious sometimes, but in not in not any type of productive or good ways.
And couldn't get any hotter. He whips out the Office gifs. And look, I like The Office. Who doesn't like The Office? Sure, I could have done without seasons 8 and 9, but if it's on at a hotel, I'm not kicking it out of bed. That said, I want you to run through your friend list in your head right now and pick out the person most likely to text you a gift from The Office. Do you have them in your mind? they're your least favorite friend, right?
And look, maybe Kyle's whole brand works for de-radicalizing young men or whatever. I'm still not going to sit here and cherish the fact that he is like always using the R slur and speaking in like a really juvenile way. I think it's not something that I'm ever going to be like, hell yeah, awesome.
Just be honest. They're the one you invite to stuff just because you're afraid no one else will show up. They're a third-string friend. They're your backup's backup. And if you're thinking there's nothing wrong with sending office gifts, I'm afraid that person might be you. And look, it didn't stop there. When someone posted, "This is all in Project 2025," Carl replied with this meme of Jack Nicholson grinning and nodding. Fun fact, and this is true, the person he was replying to, Artie from Glee. And what a fun detail for historians. I can picture future textbooks now. After the FCC chair took a shit on the First Amendment, he trolled a former Glee cast member on X, a social media platform owned by the richest man in the world and father to most of you reading this. And at this point, I should probably formally apologise to Ajit Pai, FCC chairman during Trump's first term, who I repeatedly made fun of for being the dorkiest man ever to hold that job. I simply did not know how much worse things could get. So I am sorry I made fun of your big, dumb mug. And I'm sorry...
Ajit.
We even made this even bigger mug as a joke. From now on, I promise we'll only use it in the appropriate way to hold the amount of alcohol I now need to get through each news day. And while Carr clearly had fun winking at his involvement and firing off gifts, once Kimmel was suspended, he went on TV to suggest this was actually a spontaneous grassroots movement.
This action today by Nexstar and Sinclair, frankly, it's unprecedented. I can't imagine another time when we've had local broadcasters tell what we call a national programmer like Disney that your content no longer meets the needs and the values of our community. So this is an important turning point.
OK, everything he just said there is wrong. First, there's actually a long history of local broadcasters refusing to carry national programmes, and it's not an especially pretty one. From a station in the South refusing to carry Sesame Street because it had a multiracial cast, to one that refused to show Ellen's sitcom when she came out as gay. Those decisions don't tend to date well. But more than that, claiming this is simply local broadcasters responding to their community values is pretty hard to take, given that this wasn't a bunch of independent stations taking a stand. It was two of the biggest local TV ownership groups in the country making sweeping decisions for all the affiliates they own. Calling these companies local broadcasters is like describing Coca-Cola as a neighbourhood soda shop or Boeing as a mom-and-pop plane crash business.
Yeah, it's the two biggest local broadcasting media giants and also the ones who very much so have the most to gain if the FCC removes the regulatory caps, because they are just dying to get their hands on even more of the market.
It makes no sense. Look, the sequence of events here could not be clearer because it was all done in plain view.
Is there any chance you're going to get a P.O. box again? So I haven't gotten a P.O. box for a couple of reasons. One being I have to find somewhere that's obviously like not associated with anywhere that I live, but also isn't going to be so fucking far away that I can never go. And two, just like safety concerns right now. Three, there's like one P.O. box in French Polynesia. Yeah, it's tough. Unfortunately, not a huge market in French Polynesia. So it's why I have not yet gotten one again, especially at this moment. I never do a P.O. box if I was a political streamer. I mean, I love it. Like, I really loved opening people's notes and getting all, just all the things that everyone would send. How am I going to get sent? How am I going to get sent another ventriloquist doll? No, Hogan. It's not about anyone in this community's stuff not being safe. It's that, like, I get threats all the time, and right now it's environment's not great. Okay. People are dropping out of stuff like TwitchCon. So it's just like, I'm just weighing pros and cons at this moment in opening up a PO box if it's not a super high necessity. So no, it's not that I think you, a longstanding member of this community, is going to send me something dangerous.
On broadcasters to take down Kimmel. They did that, sometimes even directly citing Carr while doing so, and then Carr celebrated with a fun gif. That sure seems like a pretty clear case of the government pressuring companies to censor speech. And it is not like even Trump is trying to
thank you
hide
for the
it.
11 months.
As on Thursday, he said this to reporters.
Late night host is on network television. There is a licensing. I'll give you an example. I read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I get 97% negative. And if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press.
I will let you guys know if I decide to open a PO
I would
box.
think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr.
Wow, that is probably not something you should say out loud. But then this is a man who doesn't seem to have an internal monologue. In fact, he ended that press gaggle on the plane saying, "Fly safely." You know why I say that? Because I'm on the flight. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. No message has ever entered his head without being delivered through his lips. And look, I'm not the only one who sees a huge problem here. Anna Gomez, now the lone Democrat-appointed member of the FCC, said what the administration is doing violates the First Amendment. And even Ted fucking Cruz, to use his full name, talked on his podcast.
Did you watch the Tucker Carlson Breaking Points interview? Is it possible he's actually going to slowly turn woke as long as no one tells him? I don't believe that. And I said this last week, I think, when I watched a clip of Tucker Carlson talking about like having broken from a lot of other conservatives. Tucker Carlson is always, first and foremost, going to be an opportunist. He's very good at what he does. He's one of the most successful conservative pundits in this country. He has been raking in millions of dollars and millions of views for decades now because he knows how to play the game. So I do think that he's probably got some residual feelings towards Fox News and towards anyone who he feels like is not everybody on the conservative side get along. Okay. They are not all homies, but he's very good at reading the room, and he's very good at pivoting in a way that can continue in the way that, like Candace Owens says, continue to cast an even wider net and bring in people who may be new to Tucker Carlson. They might not, they might not know who he is. Maybe they're not even like ideologically staunchly conservative, but something that he has said on his show, a clip that goes viral, they're like, wait a sec, I like this guy. And so he just is only able to reach an even broader audience than when he was like specifically tied to Fox News. So I think he's got big goals. I think he is working towards those goals. So don't be fooled. Don't be fooled and think that like suddenly Tucker Carlson is going woke. In the same way that I said this about Candace Owens when she was then, did a heel turn on Israel and then came out and like apologized for having said a bunch of Islamophobic things. Like these people are still ideologically to the right. So they are not people who are ever like, who are ever going to jump into suddenly becoming principled leftists And because the bar is so fucking low, and because you're used to figures like Tucker Carlson, just every word coming out of his mouth being horrible, that when they say something that is not half bad, or that you go, oh, okay, you're also putting that in the context of all these other jackals. Like, so it makes them look even more reasonable in turn. And I think Tucker Carlson is a guy who he just the way that he speaks, it can draw you in. It can draw you in. He's a master at media. Tucker Carlson is what I'm afraid will be 2028's literal Hitler if the progressive left can't pull the dents from the usual bullshit. Yeah, I mean, there may be a future where MAGA shifts, you know, once Donald Trump is gone, and if one of his successors doesn't have the same juice that he has, there may be a chance then for somebody like a Tucker to step in almost in a way to appeal to people who have just like grown tired of the whole MAGA charade, right? But still right wing enough that he could capture and just kind of remold in his image some of that base. So anyway, that's a long answer. Tucker's shift included a super anti-Semitic reference to people sitting around eating hummus while planning to kill Jesus comment at Kirk's memorial. Yeah, and I am never, ever going to sit and say that anyone who is anti-Israel, but also like because they are, like they're anti-Israel, but also being anti-Semitic, which Candace Owens is, I am never going to be like, but you know what? At least she's anti-Israel. No. We never do that. We never go, well, we'll take it, because there's no excuses for allowing bigotries in just because someone like Candace Owens, which, to be clear, a lot of right-wingers who are saying things that are anti-Israel, that is coming from their anti-Semitism. So it's called being consistent. And as much as bad faith Zionists will try and act as if leftists like me and others who are consistent on this are, you know, cool with anti-Semitism, that we're like, oh, all this anti-Semitism on the left. No. That's bullshit. You never have to hand it to bigots. Yeah, like I'm never going to look at someone like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens and be like, we're on the same side. Hate to give it to him, but Tucker's good at propaganda. No, I don't even think that's like I hate to admit it, because I think it's important to identify people who are skilled in communication, people who are very good at what they do, because saying that someone is good at what they do doesn't mean that you are like high-fiving, and it's not a that recognition is not condoning what it is that they're saying. It's like never underestimating your opposition. Yeah, it's not an endorsement. No. And look, I do think for reasons that are, you know, good entertainment, but also because it's good to see the right fracture. I think it's good to see the fracturing within MAGA, which unfortunately Charlie Kirk's assassination has kind of pulled some of those pieces together that were splitting apart from, like, say, Epstein or whatever. But it does not mean that conservatives who are not conservatives who are not totally reverent towards Donald Trump are suddenly now suddenly now not ideologically in opposition to me.
About concerns regarding what Carr had done while also having some fun with voices.
And I got to say, he threatens it. He says,
Literally, I tried telling some of my former friends who've picked up severely anti-Semitic opinions how I'm not anti-Semitic, but I'm anti-Zionist. And they were just like, you're just pro-Israel. To them, anti-Semitism was required for being anti-Israel. And that's because dependent on where you're getting your commentary and your news from. And let me say also, there is not a big anti-Semitism problem on the left. That's bullshit. And I think that is a distraction. I think that is a distraction that Zionists use to, in the same fucking way that the left is now broadly being painted as this violent extremist, is this violent extremist political side that is responsible for all these assassinations. So similarly to how Zionists, Zionists are Zionists. So it doesn't matter if they're like liberal or conservative otherwise. And I think sometimes liberal Zionists, I think the liberal can be used as the liberal moniker can be used as almost a softening the Zionist ideology, as in no, but we're still liberal. Like, so it's okay. It's better. Like, it's not bad. But anyway, so how Zionists will try and point to the left and go, look at this huge problem of anti-Semitism. This is a major, major, major problem that needs to be addressed. It is, it's not true. And again, if you are saying anti-Semitic things in relation to like being anti-Israel, then you are violating leftist principles and beliefs, and you do not belong on the left, or you are actually not a leftist, and you're getting that from, say, like the Candace Owens camp of being anti-Israel.
we can do this the easy way, but we can do this the hard way.
Yeah.
And I got to say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
Is this Ted Cruz? Is that Ted Cruz doing a Goodfellas accent? No way. No way. Offline Memories, thank you for the 33 months.
Incredible vocal talent. And he should definitely quit his job right now and go do that instead. But he was actually on his way to making a much bigger point.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired. But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying,
what you
we
can and
don't
can't
like
say,
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like, that will end up bad for conservatives.
He's right. He's just right. And I'll say this, I still don't like that man, Ted Cruz.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the Goodfellas accent.
But in this unique clip of news on this one thing, I must admit, he's not completely full of shit. The point is,
a rare
lot of people seem to think
occasion.
Brendan Carr went too far, and it is worth talking about exactly how he's been taking action and what the legalities of it are. Because, as he alluded to on that podcast interview, the FCC does have a very narrow ability to police content on broadcast television in cases of what's called news distortion. Now, it's hardly ever used that power, as the bar to do so is incredibly high, carving out things like mere inaccuracy and errors stemming from mistakes, which seem to more than cover what Kimmel said. And honestly, I don't think Carr wants what Kimmel said to be the standard here. And I'm not sure that Sinclair does either. Because we've talked on this show before about Sinclair and its long-standing tendency to push right-wing talking points, and it's not like they've been consistently careful in their delivery of news. One of their Regular commentators is Armstrong Williams, who also actually owns a handful of stations operated by Sinclair, and he can be pretty conspiratorial. Among other things, he suggested on air that unexplained drone sightings last December might have been evidence of a plot by the deep state against Donald Trump and may have been an attempt to cancel the inauguration. He's also spread wild allegations that Columbia University student Mahmoud Khalil knew ahead of time about the events of October 7th and may even have been, quote, at the dead centre of planning it. And if Brendan Carr's standard, which Sinclair has cheered on, remember, is that someone cannot go on broadcast TV in the wake of a high-profile murder and inaccurately characterise who might have been responsible for it, then I have some terrible news for them. Because in the wake of Luigi Mangioni's arrest for shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, Williams was on broadcast TV with this analysis of the footage of the shooting.
It is obvious that when Mangione was on the phone for 10 minutes, someone was giving him the location of Brian. So obviously...
I still have a hard time believing that, look, we're getting conspiratorial tonight. I see this image that does not look like Luigi Mangione, is all I'm saying. Just my rudimentary facial analysis. I have never thought that that looked like Luigi. That looks like that just to me looks like a totally different guy. And I don't even I consider myself somebody who's very good with faces. You know, I don't have face blindness or anything like that. And I really always have been like, that guy looks different. They cannot trick me.
Somebody else was involved.
You cannot trick me.
Is not telling us everything. So obviously someone was giving him very detailed, insightful information on his whereabouts. I'm sure that will be revealed in time. But obviously you could almost surmise that it was an inside job to a certain extent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That aired on nearly 24 Sinclair stations, and I've been told repeatedly this week that speculating on broadcast television about the motivations...
It looks more like Austin. Honestly, I'm inclined to agree with that.
Someone's murder without having all the facts is grounds to have your licence revoked. And I'll say this for Kimmel, at least he didn't say the word obviously 4 fucking times while doing it.
Never thought about that.
And look, most experts will tell you, if Carr goes after stations that air Kimmel for news distortion, he's extremely unlikely to succeed on the merits. But even the threat of an investigation or a delay in reviewing a merger...
Yeah, also, I keep seeing so many people be like, oh, the lawsuits. Oh, all these people who are losing their jobs. Watch out for all these incoming lawsuits. Or like, oh, Jimmy Kimmel's going to sue. And I think we are severely overestimating the ease of filing lawsuits and being successful then in said lawsuits against these massive corporations. The reason that they are capitulating to Donald Trump's lawsuits or the threat of them is because he's the president, because he has power that he is abusing, because he has the, because he can use the courts, because he can use the FCC. So there's something that I'm seeing a lot, especially from liberals who are like, oh, almost as if it's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay what's happening because the lawsuits. Oh, these incoming lawsuits. And it's like, do you think that the average person in this country has the resources to file a lawsuit against a company that's fired them, which is also within their right? If it's a private business, firing them for comments that they made, even if it was just reposting Charlie Kirk's own quotes. It's not the solution here is not hit them with a wrongful termination.
Can be enough to get companies to comply.
Like when liberals couldn't stop saying Robert Mueller would save us. Oh, God. There was a whole ass Twitter account, Mueller She Wrote, that popped up from that.
Former FCC chair has said Carr's been very
Legal
artful
Eagle essentially
in
said
not
the same
making
thing.
formal decisions that are appealable to the court, but instead having these informal, coercive activities
Any day
that are
now,
not
Jack
appealable.
Smith will
The thing
indict,
is,
will be
Kimmel
saved.
is by no means the first casualty in Trump's attacks on free speech. He's just the latest canary in the coal mine, a mine that at this point now seems more dead canary than coal. In fact, if I may quote my Sesame Street SVU crossover that no one will take seriously, we are knee-deep in dead birds right now. But this Kimmel situation does feel like a turning point, and not because comedians are important, but because we are not. If the government can force a network to pull a late-night show off the air and do so in plain view, it can do a fuck of a lot worse. And I should say, we are very lucky at this show to be in a different situation. We're not on broadcast TV, we're on cable. And our parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery, doesn't own broadcast networks, meaning that we are much less susceptible to pressure from the FCC than, say, ABC's parent company, Disney, or CBS's parent company, Paramount Skydance. That is obviously very good news for us. And I really don't see why that situation should change anytime soon.
We are back with what could be a colossal media merger, according to people familiar with the matter. Paramount Skydance is preparing a bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery.
Fuck shit! Fucking shit! Fucking shit! Fuck it!
These mergers have to stop! It's not good out here, y'all. It's not. No, I haven't heard about. I haven't asked about Hannah. I have to pee.
It was fun while it lasted, guys. Whatever happens next, let me say now, it has been the honour of my life to age like a haunted painting before your very eyes. But look, whatever happens to us or to our parent company, it should be clear to everyone that the First Amendment is absolutely critical in this country. That is something even Brendan Carr knows, given that he once tweeted, "Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the authoritarian's dream." And I'm guessing that Trump is currently enjoying that dream so much he could break his bed sheets in half. As many have pointed out, there are chilling precedents all over the world for what is happening right now. In Hungary, for instance, Viktor Orban steadily taken over the media since coming back to power in 2010. One of the first things his party did was adopt new media legislation as a corrective for leftist bias. This required media to be balanced, but the provisions were deliberately vague and equivocal, and violating them could attract steep fines. And if that is starting to sound familiar to you, it should. It's frankly no wonder Trump's a fan of Orban, describing him as a great man, a great leader, a very strong man, whom some people don't like because he's too strong. And I have never been more sure that someone told Trump that Orban is a strong man, and he just couldn't get his head around how that could possibly be a bad thing. And in Russia, when Putin rose to power, TV satirists were among his first targets.
One of the first things he did was to take control of television, because more than 90% of Russians got all their news from television.
During the Yeltsin years, independent television channels like NTV flourished.
NTV has a comic show called Kukly, Puppets, and
oh my God, that sounds like a nightmare show. I'm going to be so for real.
To rise in public life, it features a Putin puppet as well, and he's never portrayed very flatteringly.
Okay, for somebody who has a ventriloquist doll and frequently pulls Carol out to, you know, do my little act, there's something about puppets that are very terrifying to me. If I see any type of like movie, if I'm scrolling around looking for something to watch with puppets, it chills my blood. Chills my blood. And like even Mr. Rogers having those puppets, it was scary. Okay, they were creepy. I'm gonna be for real. What specific kind of puppet hypothetically? Oh, just, you know, just asking questions here, like I do here on a conspiracy channel. You don't like the Muppets? The Muppets are fine. The Muppets are fine. It's, I think when puppets give kind of almost an, almost like it's you're on a bad acid trip. Or like uncanny valley, but also when there's something about their faces that just kind of looks like they're melting. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the Muppets. But in general, Carol, Yeah, I don't know. It's always been something that kind of made me feel uneasy. Like, I don't consider the Muppets to be puppets. If that makes sense. But yeah, it's like the melting. I mean, whatever. Like this, you see?
Puppets. And
This looks like if you took acid and suddenly faces just started melting. And you're like, oh no.
when Putin comes to rise in public life, it features a Putin puppet as well. And he's never portrayed very flatteringly. Putin apparently was driven to madness by this show, and by the way he was portrayed on it, the way he was mocked on it.
And that is so pathetic.
I remember we watched a clip of Spitting Image recently, and I don't like it. Like, it freaks me out. Putin puppet isn't real. He can't hurt you, can't hurt you, can't hurt you, can't hurt you.
I don't know how anything a puppet show could possibly do could end up being more embarrassing for a world leader than them freaking out about it so much that years later a journalist solemnly says the man was driven to madness by puppets. But Putin did hate that show and that independent network to the point that he eventually sent armed operatives to raid their parent company's offices and forced it to sell the TV station to a Kremlin-friendly oligarch. And today, some Russians look back at that as one of the key moments when they should have stood up, like this journalist who eventually left the country.
The first alarm that we should have noticed was in 2001 when NTV, the independent channel, was taken over.
Staff arriving for work were told their offices and studios were off limits unless they signed an oath of loyalty to NTV's new managers.
I remember how frustrated and angry we were, and we even went to the protest rally. But then it was cold and we had so many other independent TV channels, so we just went home and forgot about that.
Yeah, that's tough to hear in hindsight, isn't it? But the lesson there is, it is not safe to let attacks on one show slide because there are currently others. And I know I've literally said these exact same words about the cancellation of Dr. Odyssey, but I promise this situation is genuinely worse. And look, it is important to remember that as of tape...
Of course, that's a fucking Ryan Murphy executive produced show. Of course.
This situation is genuinely
Big
worse.
Jack energy.
And look, it is important to remember that as of taping, Kimmel is just suspended, not actually cancelled. So ABC and its parent company Disney still have a chance to do the right thing here. And I do get that the easier path for them right now is to keep him off the air and to keep the administration off their back. Though I will point out that was the apparent argument for ABC paying Trump $15 million last year. And how did that work out for them? And the thing is, if the Trump administration overplays its hand and this winds up in court, Disney would probably win. Especially because, while Carr's usually pretty cautious, the mistake he's made in this case is doing everything out in the open. And there's strong precedent here. Just last year, in a 9-0 ruling, the Supreme Court found that a government official cannot coerce a private party to punish or suppress disfavoured speech. That is from this Supreme Court, remember. All of them. Yes, even that one. So... what needs to happen? Well,
It's hard to know even who he means when he says that one. I assume Clarence Thomas, could be Brett Kavanaugh, could be Amy Coney Barrett. I mean,
argue that ideally Congress should pass legislation sharply limiting FCC chairs'
that's
ability
the
to
joke.
sit on things like license transfers or mergers, so that can't be used as a means of controlling content. Until that happens, Carr will still have tools with which he can pressure companies. But as for Disney, I'd argue they need to stand by Kimmel and his staff. And there are ways that you can encourage them to do that. You could exert pressure on them by cancelling Disney Plus or Hulu. Google searches on how to do that have skyrocketed in the past few days, and you can be...
I mean, the news yesterday of Disney Plus hiking their prices up another $2. Another $2.
Be specific about it, because it turns out there's actually a box.
Great timing,
when you
y'all.
cancel, where you can tell them exactly why you are doing it. So you could easily write, say, cowardice in the face of pressure, or refusing to protect freedom of speech, or Donald Duck's corkscrew penis. Also, the Kimmel thing, I mean, a little bit the Kimmel thing, but mostly Disney's silence regarding Donald Duck's anatomically accurate corkscrew penis, which, I will remind you, looks like this. We made that for a show years ago on, and this is true, China's one-child policy. And I don't think that we are not going to bring it back at every possible opportunity. But it really shouldn't take the threat of lost revenue to bring Disney to its senses here. And given, at least as of today, that I still happen to have this desk, I would like to take this opportunity to talk directly to Disney CEO Bob Iger. Hi there, Bob.
Wait, before he does that, did y'all see this story? The irony is so rich. It's so rich. Bob Iger's wife, Will Obey. First of all, Will Obey. Will Obey. She is she's the dean of USC's Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism. So Bob Iger, who's CEO of Disney, his wife and he support this nonprofit, and it's the International Women's Media Foundation. It's an organization dedicated to elevating female and non-binary journalists and boasts some of the biggest names in broadcast journalism as board members. Nora O'Donnell, Andrea Mitchell, Carrie Smith. They were supposed to, I mean, it's probably back on, but they were supposed to have their annual fundraiser at Willow Bay and Bob Iger's home. But here's the thing about it. People expressed concerns over the optics of holding a free speech event, because that's what this fundraiser is to not only just promote and support female and non-binary journalists, but it is to ensure that the principles of the free press and the ability for journalists to tell the truth and not be silenced is protected. So the optics of holding a free speech event at the home of a man who yanked Kimmel off the air for what he said, his decision prompting widespread condemnation across the media and entertainment landscape as a brazen capitulation to the Trump administration that's been trying to silence its critics. An IMWF source expressed sympathy for Bay, who as a spouse should not be held accountable for the decisions of her husband, but then added that as the head of one of the most prestigious journalism programs in the country, it thrusts her into a particularly tricky spot. The discussion among some board members is that we cannot hold this event right now. Yeah, I mean, I think that looks pretty bad when your husband, who is also a supporter of this nonprofit, is the person who made the call, ultimately, to yank Kimmel off the air. And Lord knows what he said as a stipulation for Kimmel returning, when you are the head of USC's journalism school. And you are a member of, you support and are a board member of this nonprofit that is all about the antithesis of what is happening here. Oh, the irony.
We haven't met, but you probably know me as America's third favourite Zazu. Congratulations on recasting that role, by the way. It was a fun thing to learn about after the fact. Anyway, one day, the history of the time we're living through is going...
Wait, is that tea? Is that tea? That John Oliver got recast? Or is he just being a little... Is he just being a little sassy here? Is that actual tea that, like, maybe he got recast? Because there's no lost love between the head of Disney and John Oliver? How could they recast Zazu? Wait, who was Zazu in The Lion King 2? The Lion King 2. Rowan Atkinson replaced John Oliver. Huh. I wonder if that's any indication that like John Oliver may have been replaced as the voice of Zazu in the Lion King live action prequel because of, I don't know, things that he's said about Disney. He wouldn't make stuff up, not his style. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a cheeky joke. It could be a cheeky joke, or it could be John Oliver being like, yeah, remember when that happened and I didn't know I got replaced?
To be written. And when it is, one on recasting that role, by the way, it was a fun thing to learn about after the fact. Anyway, one day, the history of the time we're living through is going to be written. And when it is, I'm not sure it's those in this administration who are even going to come off the worst. Now, don't get me wrong, they're going to come off terribly. But history is also going to remember the cowards who definitely knew better but still let things happen, whether it was for money, convenience, or just comfort. And I know this is something of a tough sell, and it can be a bit of anathema to risk-averse business leaders. But I will say this, if we've learned nothing else from this administration's second term so far, and I don't think we have, is that giving the bully your lunch money...
Okay, hold on. Let me finish this, actually.
Doesn't make him go away. It just makes him come back hungrier each time. They are never going to stop. They've literally said that openly. After Kimmel's suspension, Trump posted, that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers, on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. And Kara's hinted that The View might be next. The fucking View! Look, at some point, you're going to have to draw a line. So I'd argue, why not draw it right here? And when they come to you with stupid, ridiculous demands, picking fights that you know you could win in court, instead of rolling over, why not stand up and use 4 key words they don't tend to teach you in business school? Not, okay, you're the boss. Not whatever you say goes, but instead, the only phrase that can genuinely make a weak bully go away, and that is, fuck you, make me.
Yeah.
And now,
you. See, that's that energy. Fuck you. I've been saying that a lot lately. Okay. Let me look at this. Whoever told me it was Rowan Atkinson, that was fake news. It was Preston Nyman who replaced John Oliver. John Oliver's feud with Disney. One cast member is noticeably absent from Mufasa the Lion King. John Oliver took over the role. He took over the role from Rowan Atkinson after he declined to return to play the red-billed hornbill in the 2019 live-action remake of the Lion King. But Disney has recast it again without giving any statement as to why. It's no great surprise as John Oliver has had a feud with the House of Mouse that spanned years. Let's go back to 2019. Okay, so the cocaine wars. John Oliver was working the press circuit for The Lion King before the movie's release and everything seemed fine, but he frequently repeated that he'd never met the film's big ticket star, Beyonce. Then, in July, the day after the release of the movie, an article was dropped by Rolling Stone magazine. The interview with Oliver led with the story that Beyonce didn't turn up to a cast shoot for The Lion King and had to be photoshopped in. But even worse, in the same article, Oliver made jokes about cocaine use. Oh no, not cocaine. Oh goody. Disney did not officially comment, but considering this all went down during The Lion King's opening weekend, it's hard to believe that words weren't had. I'm sorry too, because John Oliver really doesn't, it's especially funny because it's John Oliver. John Oliver, who doesn't look like the type of guy who's like ripping lines of cocaine, and also very funny to make a cocaine joke during the press circuit for Lion King. That's fucking funny. Okay. Oh, here it is. 4 months later on John Oliver's show Last Week Tonight, he used a skit on the U.S. Census to suggest that Mickey Mouse had a really serious cocaine problem. Okay, I do remember that. John Oliver could have used any terminology to clap at Disney. He's a man with a huge vocabulary. It could be a coincidence he chose the drug from the Rolling Stone article or not. Was this skit retaliation for whatever Disney said to Oliver? All right, don't say gay. John Oliver didn't leave it there. In 2022, Florida passed the Parental Rights and Education Act, aka the Don't Say Gay bill. But here's the thing. The bill itself has the word gay. So how are you supposed to say the name of the bill? AK. The act prevented discussion of a number of issues related to sex education, LGBTQ in the classroom. It was accused of denying their existence and looked upon as a step back in civil rights. Disney and CEO Bob Iger refused to take a public stance on the bill, remember that, and said that they would promote LGBTQ rights through content instead. Oh, like when Disney removed the gay storyline, what was that show? There was like a character who was supposed to be gay, not Lightyear. I mean, they have a history of censoring any gay affection. But there was like one show, this was like a year ago. What? No. It was a Disney. Was it a show? Disney? I think about a kid's Little League team. Yes, Disney. Was it a movie? Little League team. Gay character storyline removed. Sorry, it was specifically a transgender storyline that was removed from Pixar's Win or Lose streaming series. This was in December of 2024. The series follows a co-ed middle school softball team named the Pickles in the week leading up to the championship game. Each of the 8 episodes centers on off the life field of a character and their unique point of view. And there was supposed to be one character who was transgender. And yet the studio decided to alter that character and that character's storyline, which is something that Disney has certainly, they have certainly done that kind of thing in the past. Okay. John Oliver called out the corporation for donating to Ron DeSantis and other Republicans who voted for the bill, as well as Disney's lack of support for the queer community. Oliver still associated himself closely with the part of Zazu at this time. In an interview with IndieWire, he said, now it shouldn't embarrass them that it took them until this week to realize that they shouldn't take that money and use it to actively undermine these creators' interests. Who's to say? I'll tell you, I'm Zazu, remember? And while I haven't been invited back for the prequel yet, after tonight, I've got a pretty good feeling about it. Mufasa hadn't gone into production yet, but after this, John Oliver must have realized that his chance to reprise the role had been sunk. I like that he said, I am Zazu. Though Disney employees eventually spoke out against the Parental Rights and Education Act, forcing the company to change its stance. This led to the court case that signaled the death knell for the bill. However, John Oliver shining the spotlight on Disney's hypocrisy helped speed matters along. We are Zazu. Okay, Steamboat Willie. In 2024, the Steamboat Willie cartoon passed into public domain, which means that anyone can use the video and imagery. However, Disney is known for having a vast legal team that are happy to put to use to protect their brand, which includes Mickey. Disney appears to have been trying to get around the public domain issue by registering some images that included Steamboat Willie as trademarks, such as the Walt Disney Animation Studios opening logo. Basically, they may argue that this early Mickey's image is so closely associated with their company that people automatically assume that any image of him was produced or authorized by them and still take legal action. John Oliver decided to put the copyright issue to the test. Initially, see, this is when he's always at his best, too. Cortana, thank you for the 4 months. They straight up cut a completed episode of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur for the same reason, and then someone leaked the episode. What a hero. Okay, so at the beginning of April 2024, Oliver just took the Steamboat Willie Mickey and put it in the last week tonight credits.
Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen.
When he does this type of petty shit, I love it.
My guest tonight is my most frequent guest and the host of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Please welcome back to The Late Show, Mr. John Oliver.
have so much protection from HBO Max that he'll make a poster for his TV show with the slogan saying, "What are they going to do? Sue?" Knowing that Disney is famously litigious.
Hi, John.
It's great to be back.
I see you brought a +1.
Yeah.
Is this Mickey from Steamboat Willie?
It is. It's Steamboat Willie's Mickey Mouse, which is now available for public use. It's not Mickey Mouse. I can't stress that enough. Luckily, there's no resemblance, so there shouldn't be confusion.
Right.
This is Steamboat Mickey, which is in the public domain now. Therefore, he can help with promoting any non-Disney related show, and it's great to have the mouse here.
Wow. And it's a mouse.
What?
Definitely a mouse.
Mouse.
They sued a family for putting Spider-Man on their dead son's gravestone. Yeah, they're pretty fucking evil like that. They also were like, remember when that woman died at one of the Disney restaurants, and then they went, "Ooh, actually, sorry, but there's nothing that you can do about it. We're not responsible," because when you sign up for Disney Plus, which you did, in the legal verbiage that nobody reads, like, yeah, we're pretty much allowed to kill you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Except we're not sorry. That's what happens. You wanted Disney Plus? Well, that's the trade-off.
That's right. He's in the rodent family. That's what we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have for some time now.
Yes.
Been baiting the Walt Disney Corporation, which is a notoriously litigious organization. It's up there with Scientology, the amount of attorneys that they employ.
That's
right.
right.
Trying to bait them to sue you.
Yeah. I feel like I've been ignored, so they've left me with no choice but to take this up a notch. Yeah. So that's why I'm so happy to have.
I feel like John Oliver and Nathan Fielder are in the same universe, but on totally opposite sides of the spectrum. Like, you know what I mean by that? Where they both love to do this kind of they love to do these kinds of bits and this kind of corporate trolling, and they absolutely do piss companies off. Like, John Oliver is chaotic good, I would say, and Nathan Fielder, what do we think? Chaotic evil? I don't know if that's right. Fielder, I think, is chaotic. I would put him more of chaotic neutral. Yeah, I would say chaotic neutral for Nathan Fielder, chaotic good for John Oliver. But I do see them in the same universe, just operating in very different ways, very different methods.
Steamboat Mickey here with you.
Okay, that's my question, is that I know you enjoy being sued, okay?
Yes.
Or else you wouldn't be trying to get someone else to sue you. I have been sued many times.
Yes.
Am I an accomplice by having him on?
Wouldn't it be more fun to be in a courtroom together?
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. So we are...
I object.
I object. I didn't know he was going to bring Mickey on my show. So we have been sued once and we won it once. Therefore, I take from that I'm legally indestructible.
I was about to say, spoken like a man who's never lost a lawsuit, right there. This fun you're having, this is fun.
And it is fun. There's no funner surface to dance on than thin ice.
Right, because it's entertaining for everyone.
Yes. It's like when Fielder brought out Susan Sarandon on Conan's show, but Conan couldn't interview her. Oh my God, I've never seen that.
There's you dancing. We get to enjoy the way you dance, but there's also suspense.
That's right. What's that cracking sound? Did someone step on a goldfish, or is the ice going in?
Yes.
Yes.
My fear with things like this is that I'm not dancing on thin ice, that pretty soon I'll be pounding on thick ice from the bottom.
Yes, so our poster this year features Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse here. And so we're very lucky to have him. Do you have the poster here?
I do have the poster. Yeah,
we have... this is our poster for this year. Yes. The tagline is, what are they going to do, sue? Which I think is a legitimate question.
Sure.
We can talk privately now.
It would be cool.
My work here is done. Mickey, Steamboat Mickey, Steamboat Mickey. Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. Steamboat, off he goes. There he is. Yeah.
I promise to visit you in jail.
It'll probably be fine. They got a good sense of humor over there.
Okay. Last night.
Yes.
Last night.
Yeah, they do.
Last
Super
night.
Bowl.
Yeah. By
Was
the
the
way,
Super Bowl.
You look great.
Thank you.
Okay, anyway, so that was that. Disney has not been foolish enough to rise to Oliver's taunt, but at the end of April, casting announcements for Mufasa the Lion King dropped, including Preston Nyman as Zazu. Now, we don't have any evidence John Oliver knew anything about the Mufasa movie beforehand, and he said himself that he didn't think it was likely he'd be cast again. However, this all happened 3 weeks before the recasting announcement. Judge for yourself. And he just said on the episode, the most recent episode he watched, he alluded to this when he said, oh, like when I found out they recast the role, and I had no idea. Like, oh, okay, I guess that's that. Since the election, the feud between Disney and John Oliver has settled down, but no doubt it will rear its head again. The TV personality isn't afraid to hold big corporations to account, but his motives might not always be as pure as they appear on screen. Disney should have known better. Hiring a man like John Oliver and expecting him to be a wallflower in press junkets was naive. Yeah, I am so willing to believe that was Bob Iger being like, cast somebody else. Like that was Disney's way. That was Disney's way of, even if they hadn't intended on recasting John Oliver, at the very least, having the courtesy to inform him or his team, hey, we're going to be recasting for this role. You know, any type of heads up there. I just got out of seeing The Long Walk, and holy shit, I need more films with Cooper Hoffman and David Johnson, right? That's what I was saying.
More about your pets.
I need them as my new dynamic duo. Wait, okay, what is the story here? Nathan Fielder brought Susan Sarandon because Conan O'Brien could not.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Bro, what is
What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared? You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom?
Yo.
Why are you so scared?
Yo.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Yo, Candace Owens, what the hell? What the hell? Okay, wait, I gotta go grab my dinner. But I don't want to miss watching this. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Okay.
Talk show guest. And I was watching it and I thought, that's not true. I think you said that you thought that you were a bad talk show guest. And I was watching it and I thought, that's not true. I think you've been on my show and you've been great. You've been terrific.
Well, that's nice of you to say.
God.
Yeah.
Love
I did a whole episode of the show actually about, you know, how I'm not. I just think for me it's a little bit of an uphill battle. Because when people tune into a talk show, they're like, ooh, what celebrity am I gonna see? And what are they gonna talk about? And then they see me come out. And then they're like, all right, what has this guy got? You know what I mean? So it's like, I have to like tell, you know, I have to be, the pressure's on. But I had a really great talk show story, a great anecdote, but I already told it on 2 of your.
That's so funny because he may be one of my favorite talk show guests because he is such a particular brand of humor and he's so awkward that I just think it's so different from the way that most other celebrities go on talk shows and it's very lively and they're promoting whatever film or album. So I always appreciate a Nathan Fielder talk show appearance.
Your competitors' shows, Jimmy Kimmel and Seth Meyers.
Mm-hmm. Right. I've heard about those shows, yeah.
Right. And so your producer was like, you can't tell it a third time.
Yeah, it's bad that you told it twice, but to try and tell it a third time is, borderline criminal, yeah.
So I was like, well, I guess I have to just talk about kind of my life, like my regular life today, and I was a little nervous about it. So I actually decided to bring a backup guest tonight.
I'm sorry, I've been doing this a long time. I've never heard of anyone bringing a backup guest.
I just think it would make, you know,
I love
it
Meg.
would make me feel a bit better because I don't know how this is going to go. So that way, if it's not working or my story's not good, you have the ability to switch over to another guest.
I've never heard of anybody. These shows have been around for like 70 years. I've never heard of anybody doing this.
Well, it also helps me kind of feel a little better too, because it takes the pressure off me a bit. I mean, hopefully you won't have to use them, but it's just, is it okay if I bring them out now?
I didn't know. Well, wait a minute. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a backup guest.
Okay.
Susan, do you want to come out now, or?
She's so hot. This is a chicken crop pow bowl. It's so good. Hitting the spot.
Hi, thank you.
Wait a minute, how did you get Susan Sarandon to come out here? How did you do that?
Conan's incredulity is so funny. He's practically out of his chair. Like, what is happening?
I got her through my booker. I guess I have a better booker than you.
It's just incredible.
So
I can't believe.
This is an actress named Susan Sarandon.
I know who's Susan Sarandon. It's amazing.
Susan has, she's an Oscar-winning actress.
Yes, I know.
She has an amazing career. She's been doing stuff for decades. She has so many great stories about things from the industry or her life that are like really exciting.
Right.
So she's a great backup, and if it doesn't go well, I think, you know, if it's not going well, you have that option. But I'm excited about what I'm talking about tonight. So
wait, so you're saying that I should talk to you? I mean, Susan Sarandon just walked in.
She's only there as a backup. It's kind of like, you know how planes have like 2 engines?
Yes,
so
I know, yeah.
Right. So you just...
Oh, that's a funny foreshadowing for the rehearsal season 2, 7 years later.
Talk to me, and, you know, ideally, we're not going to have to use it.
Okay. Okay, what do you want to talk about?
All right, so... So I don't know if there's any pet owners out there, but I have 2 adorable cats named Rocket and Jackie. And for pet owners, you know this, but the thing that's so exciting about having pets is their unique personalities. So Rocket is, he's a red cat with blue eyes, and he's so sweet. Like, he'll come up to you at the door and just, he'll be right there, and he's so beautiful. I always say you could be a model. You could be he could model on like cat food bags. But Jackie, on the other hand, she's a little bit of a more unpredictable personality. So she'll do this thing where she'll lie on her belly like she wants pets on her belly, or on her back like she wants pets on her belly. And then when you pet her, she'll hiss and swipe at you. So.
Do that.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Susan, do you have pets?
Well, wait. Well, why are you talking to her?
I thought I'd just pull her into the conversation, and it's a big deal that she's here, so I thought...
Right, but she's only here as a backup, and you're only supposed to talk to her if the story's not going well, but I thought...
Conan is the best host for this bit.
It was, right?
No, it was going pretty well.
Okay.
Because I didn't... Yeah, I think you said, yeah, sometimes your cat swipes at you.
I mean, you could talk to her if you thought that was...
No, I'm sorry. No, you're... Listen, please, no. Let's hear more about your pets. But somebody want to hear more about Nathan's pets?
Because Conan in bits like this, he is like... He basically plays this character where he is about to explode. Like, he's a man on the edge. That he's about to lose his mind. Farley, go get your dad. It's in the bag on the table. There, I got a chicken krapal bowl for you. And then I got noodles for later when we're hungry, but the bowl's really good.
Okay, well, I also have, like, all their feeders and their litter set up on automatic, like a litter robot. And so it's like you can go away for the whole day and the food comes out and the litter cycles automatically.
Automatically.
Yeah. And also, Jackie is really funny when she's she does this thing where she guards the bedroom door.
Yeah.
And I know everyone's heard the expression a guard dog.
Yeah.
But she's kind of a guard cat.
Guard cat.
Yeah.
I'm told you brought a clip?
Yeah, I have a clip from the show. Is that, I mean,
yeah.
I think
we'd love to have a clip from the show.
Is that good? Are we done with the banter part?
Yeah, you did great on the banter. Your cats have very different personalities, the two of them.
Okay, great. Well, if
yeah.
there's not
Are we done with the banter?
any more banter, that's all we need you for. Thank you for being here, Susan. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming out.
Susan Sarandon, ladies and gentlemen.
She's just a backup.
She's just a backup.
You don't have to give her a big thing. She didn't do anything. I told the story. Anyways.
And yet I couldn't take my eyes off her.
Yeah, so this clip, should I set it up or?
Yeah, set it up.
All right, so in the show I help struggling businesses. So in this one I help a computer repair shop. And the biggest problem when you go to a computer repair shop is you're nervous that the repair technicians are gonna look at your private photos or nude photos that you have. So I suggest that they have a fully asexual repair staff to solve that problem. So yeah.
Let's take a look at this clip from Nathan for you.
Yeah, like Conan just plays the exacerbated, like ready to tip over the desk type energy so well. Wait,
That's not the clip. That's not the clip. No, that's the backup clip.
That's the
They
backup
messed
clip.
up. That's not the clip.
Because that's a great clip.
Yeah,
that's a clip. That was amazing. That was the backup clip?
Yeah, obviously it's Susan. That was the backup clip.
Uh-huh. But I wish
All
we
right,
had
well
time.
now I can't. Yeah, well, I don't know. Do you want to play mine or?
We don't have time.
Well, they messed. That's the wrong clip.
Yeah, you did fine though.
There's actually.
What's that?
There's one more thing I just wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
So, Susan's from New York, and I had to cover the costs of her flight to come out here. And she has to fly first class, so it was kind of expensive. And I thought, since she did appear on your show, do you want to go 50-50 on that, or?
Yeah.
You will?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go
Thank you so
50-50
much.
on it. All right.
Just, I didn't know how expensive first
No,
class
I understand.
tickets
It's
are.
expensive,
Like-
yes. Nathan, for you.
And hotel, too?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Half on all, right?
We'll get it, yeah.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
go 50-50 on everything.
And who do I talk to after? Your producers, or?
Yeah, talk to
Okay.
Andy. Andy will take care of you.
I got you, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He handles everything. Nathan, for you. Airs Thursdays at 10 on Comedy Central. It is one of the funniest shows on television. It's got a special 2-hour finale on November 9th. Damn, you're funny, Nathan Fielder. Thank you very much.
What a brilliant bit. What a fucking brilliant bit. Actually broke Conan. Yeah, I mean, God, he really is such a genius. I can't believe you've never seen this interview. Something about it felt familiar, so like I feel as if maybe I've watched clips, but maybe I haven't seen the full interview. I don't know. That is Nathan Fielder really is one of a kind. This clip from 2022 now feels strangely relevant.
Jimmy Kimmel, the court jester, is definitely going to be beheaded by the king after this set.
All right, everyone. We just want to say, the King's been a good sport, right? He's been a really good sport here. And I was talking to the King, as you do. You know, you talk to the King. Yeah, everybody talks to the King. You know what I'm talking about? I was talking to him and he said something about the serfs. He said he wanted to kill them all. Sure, you do you, King.
My God, Frank.
Lisa!
Yeah, if only we had had late-night editorial comedy dating all the way back to the 1400s. Wouldn't that be nice? Jimmy Kimmel, the court jester, is definitely going to be beheaded by...
Wait, he does a really good Jimmy voice. You need to go on there. No, because it's an improv show, right? What's going on? Sir, why do you look like you're wrestling with goats? What is happening? What are you... Huh? Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5 months. Oh, you must have missed the night that we did Thelma and Louise. Great film class. Probably one of my faves. I think we did it. I think I did Thelma and Louise like 2 years ago, year and a half ago. That's one of those films that whenever I see it on YouTube Free Movies, I'm like, oh, Thelma and Louise. That would be a great one to watch. And then I go, sad. I already watched it. I already watched it. Okay. Someone sent this to me. I don't know why I have this up. What is this? I'm going to write a remake of Forrest Gump. Timeline spans 1980, present day. Forrest witnessed 9/11, fights in Iraq, chills. Wait. Okay, a remake of Forrest Gump. I see. Chills in Abu Ghraib, meets Obama, occupies Wall Street, cries when Paul Walker dies. Okay. Goes to Firefest, storms the Capitol, joins the IDF, goes to the Eras Tour. Wow. Okay. The randomness very much so belonging to that of Forrest Gump. Here's the rough outline. Born in 1980, named after Barry Goldwater. Movie is called Barry Gump. Okay? In New York, when 9/11 happens, he goes to Parsons, fights in Iraq. His childhood crush, Jenny, runs a semi-popular left-wing blog critical of the war and the Bush administration. Chills out in Abu Ghraib. Meets Obama when he gets back. Buys stock in Tesla. Occupies Wall Street for a couple days, but also he doesn't know what it is. Like, he just stumbles into the Occupy Wall Street and is like, what's going on? Plasters Coney 2012 stickers around the city. Cries when his childhood friend Paul Walker dies. Accidentally votes for Trump. Spends the rest of his life doubling down. Ends up at Firefest. Semi-accidentally storms the Capitol. Wins free tickets to the Eras Tour. Yeah, I can see him like doing a tour at the Capitol the day of January 6th. He's like, well, that looks like fun. Wins free tickets to the Eras Tour. Joins the IDF for fun. Asks Charlie Kirk his last question. He reunites with Jenny, who's since adopted QAnon-adjacent stances in tandem with Forrest. She dies of long COVID. Wow. Okay. Notes from friends. Woodstock 99, huge Limp Bizkit fan. Does shrooms with Hamilton Morris. Goes with the founders of Vice to North Korea. Mom is part of the CIA, complicit in Iran-Contra scandal. Jenny becomes Lacanian Hegelian e-girl. Others suggest trad-cath liberal a la Elizabeth Brunig. Others suggest Taylor Lorenz and Rachel Dolezal. Makes appearance in Imagine video after befriending Gal Gadot due to his IDF service. Sitting next to Will Smith at 2022 Oscars. Babysits the Rizzler. Jenny starts an OnlyFans. Jenny transitions then detransitions. Montage of CIA interventionism in Latin America with Barry Gump. Everywhere the Bubba analog is Chris Kyle. Podcast montage, Come Town, Joe Rogan, Call Her Daddy, Club Random, etc. Set to Charlie XTX Talk gets canceled on Twitter. January 6th has nothing on what you lefties have been doing. All you people are crazy. Pray tell, Solar Luna. Pray tell. What have lefties been doing? What is it that lefties have been doing that is so crazy that January 6th doesn't even hold a candle? Please, I need to know. I gotta know. Wait, it wasn't a joke? I don't believe so. But also, not a first-time chatter. So, I always wonder, how did you slide by? Or was that a first-time chatter and my Twitch is just completely broken? Because I think that's also true. I think it's also true my Twitch is completely broken. That was a first-time chatter. Oh, I was like, wow, how did they, what else have they been saying? Show's first time. I think my Twitch is completely busted, and that's why I was confused. I'm like, oh. I have to say, as far as comments that have been made in this stream, I think Jan 6 has nothing on what you lefties have been doing. All you people are crazy. Might be one of my favorites. So thank you, chatter. Thank you for your contribution. I am genuinely grateful because that is a banger. is very good. Oh God. I just ate my food. And wait, what? I was gonna look at something. There's a fly wandering around. Get out of here, fly. Every time a right winger comes by with something like that, you have to outright out conspiracy them. Oh, you believe Jan 6? Wait. Yeah, Solar Luna. That's assuming a lot. Assuming a lot, believing that we in this community don't think Jan 6 was a psyop. That the government is behind it. Okay, those innocent people who were the pawns of that sick government game. Oh, wait, I do have to show this because this made me LOL. An anti-Zoran PAC just dropped $250,000 on ads featuring New Yorkers who say they won't vote for Zoran, except they're all stock models. As somebody who is a former stock model and whose image is everywhere. Like people have sent me pictures of my face on an ad for like Gardasil, or my face on an ad for like, I don't know, whatever. And name anything. And my stock image is probably appeared in an ad for it. This shit is so funny. Okay, here's Desmond. Desmond, age 41. He has a nice smile, but Mamdani has no experience. And then here's Robinette, age 55. He sounds nice, but Mamdani has zero experience. And then this one is Ling. Ling, age 51, lives in Chinatown. He's a good man. He's a good man with bad idea. That's why I won't vote for Mamdani. Yeah, Ling. Hi, my name is Ling. I'm 51. I live in Chinatown. And this is definitely me. This is fucking absolutely me. Yeah, they went with Ling. And then they went with Zhang for the Asian male, age 49. I like Mamdani, but his hate crime plan will make us less safe. Why all of these ads start off with a like little compliment for Zoran, but then going, but he's insane. Yeah, you got the Ling Zhang 1-2 punch. So here's Ling. Maybe, here's the thing. Maybe Ling did this ad, and then the same day, she also did this ad for menopause and aging. Hey, why aren't we considering that?
Today, a anti-Zoran PAC spent $250K on a bunch of
hustling.
ads featuring New Yorkers saying they're not voting for Zoran. The problem is,
God, I cannot believe how much money these companies, these PACs get or spend for this garbage.
they're all stock models. I follow politics really closely alongside a bunch of friends and people I organize with. One website we go to is the New York City Campaign Finance Board website, where you can see all the independent expenditure campaigns. They have to
Ling has experienced a lot, and people need to hear what she has to say. Ling is capable of more than one thought, okay? She's capable of talking about menopause and aging and also talking about how Zoran Mamdani is bad
list
for New
out all
York.
the different ads that they run, and that's where I came across the ad.
Zoran should use the same stock models.
Immediately, I saw the ad, and I was like, Those are stock models. Those aren't real people. Did that like tap to kind of cut the person out? I searched the one lady, found this other image of her. And
Also, that is the most stock model ass image ever. All of these images that they used are they're so obviously stock models.
And then I tweeted it out. Since
Hey,
writing
they're
that
people
tweet,
too.
the New York Daily News also picked up the story and did some research, identified that all the models are in fact from a stock website, and they reached out to the PAC as well. Nobody would go on the record actually from the PAC, which I thought was pretty funny, but somebody did go on background. The source said that the quotes themselves were real and that the stock imagery lets voters communicate their message while protecting New Yorkers' safety. Another thing I want to highlight, this PAC is ran by Jeff Leb, who has ran all these negative ads and negative ads attacking progressives and democratic socialists in elections for years and years and years. But then I'm sure you've noticed really
I will say, look, it could be just total laziness, because I'm sure you could find someone in New York who's like, Zoran Mamdani is bad for New York. It's bad for New York. But I think it also, you can look at it as a sign that how many times do we see these stories about attempts at attacks on Zoran Mamdani that are so bad? They're so bad. It's like, you guys really could not find any real people to say, yeah, I'm not going to vote for that Zoran guy.
The funny thing is all the ads are kind of like nice to Zoran, even though they're a bit of attack ads. They say he have a nice smile and things like that, and he's a good person. Even Jeff Leb, who's later quoted in the article, says Zoran is a nice person, but his lack of experience in extreme positions, like eliminating blah, 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 blah. It's kind of like nobody can really say too many horrible bad things about him. $250,000 down the drain. So
wild. Absolutely an insane expenditure on something that is this comically bad. Aren't you supposed to disclose that, though, that it's not them? I mean, it's not that. Okay, here's what the problem would be. They'd have more of a problem if they used a real person and attributed a quote to them, and then that real, well, okay, not that stock models aren't real, but like stock images are public domain. If they used a non-stock photo of a real person and then attributed a fake ass quote to them, that's how they could run into problems. But what you do is these companies that own these stock images, they license them out. So like when I got tricked into doing stock photos, I did not know what they really were. I was promised that I was broke, and I was promised that I could get free headshots if I did this like, the stock photo shoot. And we did like a bunch of pictures that were very like, this could be a baby shower, or like, here's just a couple ladies laughing. Don't worry. It wasn't anything like creepy or inappropriate, but I got paid nothing. I got paid nothing. And those images are still my image that they also then racistly photoshopped. I've seen versions that are just so racistly photoshopped, are places still. All these years later, I will still occasionally get a message from someone who's like, I'm on the train right now. Is this you? Is that your face? I'm like, yeah, that's me. It's kind of freaky that your face can be used to endorse or model certain ideologies or problems. Yeah. And like, look, at least the stock photo shoot I did, it's all like, it's mostly medical advertisements like, don't forget to get your shots today. Or it's a lot of like one shoot we did was specifically a baby shower shoot. So that kind of, those kinds of businesses or products that are advertising in that world, You're on my dental office? No way. No. Say it ain't so. Oh my God. Were you at a shopping mall? I'm everywhere. You've been told this before? I can't keep it straight. Wait, I know someone in here has like a big wrap print. Oh my God. I want to see these. I don't think it will show up under my name. That's the tricky thing though. Like I don't think if you search CarolineKwan stock images, it does not come up. If you look, you have to like really specifically search keyword images that of whatever you're looking for, and then the stock images are going to produce options. The first time I see Caroline on an ad, I mean, if you take the train, right? If you take public transportation, that's a lot of times where people see ads with my face on them. But yeah, no, I was not the pregnant lady in the baby shower. It's another girl. Like this. Yes. Asian woman stands next to party decoration, set up table with food and drink, pastel theme, baby shower, birthday decoration, female stylist, house party, lifestyle cake, and dessert. Cheryl. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Remember Cheryl? So you can either pay $12 for this image. Wait, what? 20? Why would you pay $12 versus $2.90? Plus free access to AI generation and modification tools. Bro, I've seen these. Bro, I'm telling you, I did this shoot. I took these photos 9 years ago. 9 years ago. Yes. We've talked about this a couple times, but I forget there's always going to be people who are like, wait, hold on. Welcome to another episode of What the Fuck Did the Person Who Edited the Stock Images Do to My Face? So bad. This was almost a decade ago, and these photos are still around. I will be dead. I will be dead and gone. And there will still be a dental ad with my fucking face on it. You look like you're about to cook on a local station's morning show. Wait, where is Ask Cheryl? Where is Ask Cheryl, please? Okay, here's another one. See? Group of women friends. How the fuck are you guys even finding these? Group of women friends celebrating life, love, happiness, friendship with cocktails, mimosa brunch, baby shower fun with mimosa cocktail, diverse group women friends, mix multiple ethnicities. Wow. Bro, it's actually so offensive that they edited my face in all these photos. You can tell. You can tell that they like did some weird squeezing thing to make my nose pinch. And I know what these other girls looked like. They didn't do it to their faces. I'm the only face that I don't know who did the editing. I don't know if it was like specifically these iStock Photos sites, but they did weird edits to my face. Yeah, this is what we call the poster for DEI. This has a bunch of you. Oh my God, I want to die. Okay. What the hell? Like, this one's normal. They didn't do anything weird to my face. I found a pic of... orthodontics. Why did they give me a weird, like, they did weird things to my face and they didn't do it. Like, that is scary. It's so scary. No, look at my nose. That's not my face. They like pinched my nose and they made my face slimmer. And this was before I got Botox in my jaw for my TMJ. I did not have that's not even my face shape now. It's not even they shaved my jaw, made my weird nose, made my nose weird. This is what is it? It's a liquefy tool. You can find Caroline on Amazon under a lot of cake decoration stuff. Oh my God. He has, well, this is actually a photo of me. It's not technically a stock image, but he has a nice smile, but he has wacky ideas. CarolineKwan, age 32, Los Angeles. This was my I'm young and in high school headshot. This is my like, cast me on the CW, please. Hey, I could be on Riverdale. What's up? Oh my God, this scares the shit out of me. Wow, orthodontics like this. Let me see. Yeah, you go to wait in the description. Oh yeah. Okay, let me just tell you too, obviously you probably know this. This is completely generated onto this cake. Like, I obviously did not, when I did this stock photo shoot, have this 14 in it. They just Photoshop shit. Amazon ads are so fake. Coming for Cutie's career. Yeah, does she know about this? Does she know that I'm on Amazon? Somebody send this to her. Is she on Amazon making cakes? Is she in a kitchen like this, looking at a cake like this in an ad for Amazon? This is a direct screen grab from my baking streams. Yeah, when I asked her if she wanted help for Murat's wedding cake and she scoffed at me, little did she know, this is who she scoffed at. We need to ask Cutie if she's ever seen you in a cake materials ad. I can't remember if I've ever brought this up to her before, but this is going to be one of those Caroline lore moments. She's like, what do you mean? No, I have. Oh, wait, I have because, well, okay, I at least sent this to Cutie and Sam. I remember sending this to them. They were like, what the hell is this? And I said, I did a stock photo shoot one time 9 years ago, and these photos have haunted me ever since. Blue Popeye say thank you for the 4 months. So I don't know if she knows about the cake, like specifically these ones, but I definitely sent in the group chat. Ask Cheryl, aunts and cousins not invited to the bridal shower? Portrait of a small business home, catering owner, pastry, desserts, sweets, cake, portrait, caterer, Asian woman, beautiful party, set up decoration, mimosas, champagne. Ask Cheryl. This is from a friend. So I'm just sitting here Googling, trying to figure out what family to invite to a couple's shower and the etiquette and whatnot. Click this link. And is this Kwan? You guys, I cannot tell you how many texts I have, how many messages I have, texts that I have that are of this kind, where someone, either a friend of a friend, will send something and be like, is this Kwan? That phrase right there, is this Kwan, has been asked so many times because of how many random things that I have done. Like somebody will be watching a random commercial or show that I had a small part in, and then screenshot and be like, is this Kwan? Or something like this. They see a link. Ask Cheryl, aunts and cousins not invited to the bridal shower? Is this Kwan? Oh, I'm going to be on the lookout from now on. You probably, there are Caroline Kwan stock images for those with eyes to see. Is this one double Photoshop? Hold on. Let me see. Double Photoshopped. Ah! Wait. No, this can't be real. Wait. No. Are you guys ready to see this? Wait. What? No. What is that? Who the fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell? This is a nightmare. They completely Photoshop the Asian out of me. They made you look Italian. Wait, I look like a Dallas housewife? Who? It's Cheryl. Oh my God, Cheryl's come to kill me. Oh my God. What the actual fuck? What the hell? This woman looks like, honestly, this looks like the type of woman who's like, in this house, love is love. But also J.K. Rowling did nothing wrong. I just think J.K. Rowling is really unfairly prosecuted. I stand with J.K. Rowling. This is so... how many more of these are there out there? Drew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. How many more of these monstrosities? Like, we have had this conversation on stream before. This is not the first time we have gone over this part of my lore where I'm a stock image all over the internet. And yet there's always new cursed discoveries. There is always some new horrors to look upon with mine eyes. What the fuck? Now that's a Cuomo voter. Yeah, stick this on an ad being like, Andrew Cuomo is going to save New York City. That's like the last thing you see in one of those films where an obsessed person transforms herself into you to steal your life. I literally wrote a short story that I wanted to make into a horror short. Like, I wanted to direct it. And it is about that exact concept. It is about this. Oh my God, that is so scary. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Can you do a side-by-side? You don't need to do a side-by-side. You can look at my face here. Oh my God. She's got to live, laugh, love in the kitchen for sure. Why? What happened? Who did this? Why? Why did this? Why did this? Literally whitewashing. Literally whitewashing. They were like, you know what? That girl, It's not white enough. Was there really no other white lady with a cake as a stock photo? That I have so many questions. There are so many white ladies with cakes as stock images. Why go to all the trouble to do this? Not Megan. It's Caroline with a 3. Why is it $3,000? Why is it $3,000? What is even being sold? Is it this? So the advertising. Look at this. Look at the little tool shit. Look at the little tool shit that is photoshopped under the cake. Oh, it's 3,000 rupees. Okay, wait. What's the monetary? It's rupees. How much is that? I was like $3,000 for this. What the hell? Wait. So, okay, am I supposed to look Indian? Or like Pakistani? Like, is that what they're going for? Since this is obviously Bollywood? Like, is that the look? They're trying to go for Bollywood? What the actual hell? Indian chatter here. Euro beauty standards are unfortunately still widespread. Oh, I know the skin whitening products. It's like in Korea, the eye surgery is what is just very normalized. And like, instead of getting a car, people like for their 16th birthday, they get eyelid surgery. In India, it's a lot of skin whitening products. So maybe that's what they were going for. They took the Asian out to try to make you look like a different Asian, but they made you Italian. They made me look like, yeah, I do look like I'd vote for Cuomo. Compare your arms to that. They were so lazy. Clearly. I mean, this is what? Does anybody look at that and go, wow, what a beautiful real woman? You know what I mean? I always wonder that about like supremely photoshopped images that are so comically photoshopped. Like, okay, if I were to post this photo, if I were to make a Twitter account and post this photo and pretend that like this is a real person and then start messaging men and be like, hey, sweetie, hey, hot stuff, you're looking cute, like, let's chat. Like, if I'm like, send me $50. Honestly, if I'm just browsing on Amazon and I see this image, I'm not immediately thinking they're fake. I guess like if you're zooming in on it, you're like, this isn't real. Or when you see the Amazon images and they're advertising like workout clothes and their waists are this big and their boobs are the bodies look like this. The most extreme hourglass you've ever seen. Oh my God. That is so crazy. New profile photo. Dude, you know who would fucking die at this? You know who'd fucking die? Sam. Sam would die. I know she's in the middle of a game right now. I feel like I should, or no, she ended stream. I have to send this to her. I have to send this to her. Okay. Ugh, shit. It's doing like the pixelated. I know. I just took a picture of a screen. Shut up. Hold on. I'm going to drop this. I know I took a picture of a screen. Okay, I'm opening Twitch on my phone. I'm opening Twitch on my phone, and then I'm going to click that link. Everybody shut up. Okay. It's so annoying when it won't let me actually click the link. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sending this to her. Click through images. Actually, I'll just screenshot. Because the thing is, I don't even know if she'll know. I don't even know if she'll know why I sent this. She'll be like, what is that? That's weird. Do you recognize this person? She said I see it. That's you. She said in all caps. That's Tradwife. That's Tradwife me. That is. He whitewashed you and stole you. It is. It is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. Are there, I need to know how many more. I need to know how many more there are. I need to know how many more. Like how many more weird ass photoshopped images. Okay, she goes, wait, 38% off. 38%. Oh my God. She was changed into a South Asian woman who's whitewashing herself, which is distinct. I know. Bro, I need to know how many more of my photoshopped face there is on hell sites like Amazon. Bro, you know what would be fun? Like, to find the most fucked up version of me. Find the most fucked. Well, Sam knows about the stock images, but I don't think she's aware of like just how deep this goes, you know? Obviously, I'm not either. Obviously, I am not aware as well. Look at this one. Wow, I'm having so much fun. Wow. Group of women friends celebrating life, love, happiness, friendship with cocktails, mimosa brunch. Wait, am I supposed to, Sam was like, did you reverse image search this photo? What happens if I do that? I don't even know how to do that. I reversed image search. What does that do? Tell you like where it came from? Star 69. There's so many exact matches for that cake photo. What the hell? Okay, I have to send this to Will as well. I need you to click through the images. And when you see it, you'll know. The description on this. Wow. Group of diverse friends, women at baby shower, having fun, playing game, laughing, smiling with pregnant women, multi-ethnic friends at celebration party. Woman wraps ribbon paper on belly to celebrate the get-together. Multi-ethnic friends. Yes, I am the Italian representation. They blurred your face in this one. That's not that bad. That's honestly, this is not, this is nowhere near as bad. Multi-ethnic friends. Do I remember taking all of these photos? I mean, we did, you guys, this was like 8 hours. This was an 8-hour photo shoot, and I did not make a dime. I did not make a dime for the shoot, and I have not made a dime, of course, for my image being used, because that's how stock images work. But I got really shitty headshots taken afterwards. Do they just have you pose with an open mouth and toasting, or like action shots? Yes. So basically we would set up different scenes. We're like, okay, this scene, like the one girl had the pregnant belly, and we're like, okay, let's like, haha, cheers. Yeah. Okay, everybody, like someone just told a really funny story. Okay, make sure that you guys are closer together and that you all are laughing really big. Big laughs, big laughs. It's that. It's a photo shoot like that. Did you have anything on your resume at that time? I had a couple things, but it wasn't about, again, it was because I was broke and I needed headshots. I needed new headshots, and I was like, I went on backstage.com, which is a site that like a lot of people use to audition for stuff. And there was this, it was like stock photo shoot model needed. And I think maybe there was a part of me that's like, oh, maybe this could help my career. Just put this on my resume. But more importantly, it was like a headshot session. Like we'll do headshots for payment, and headshots cost, well, good headshots cost a lot. So I was like, okay, that's a good trade-off. Like, whatever. Oh my God, there's just so much of this. Should you wear white to a baby shower? Woman's outfit choice sparks debate, and it's mine. I'm the woman who wore white to a baby shower that sparked debate, potentially ended friendships. It's me? Okay, how does that get? Woman's the stock image of a pregnant woman wearing pink standing next to friends, one of whom is wearing white as they celebrate her baby shower. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Adobe owes you money? Oh my God. Can you imagine if I'd actually gotten paid for like my image being used this many times? I would be so rich. I would be so rich with the amount of times that my likeness has been used. Mixed race, multi-ethnic female friends having fun, natural, and laughing together. Perfect smile. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it because you sign it over. So let this be a lesson, okay? Let this be a lesson that if you ever have an opportunity to do stock images, not that it's like the worst thing in the world, okay? It's very funny now. It's very funny, but also my likeness is everywhere. Just know you don't make money. You might get lucky and make $100 on a photo shoot, which I didn't even get that. I did not even get I did not even get paid for the shoot. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have seen, I'm sure you have seen me without realizing. Which of these 6 school moms are you? Like, this doesn't even make sense. Which of these 6 school moms are you? Bully, which one am I? Bully mom, sport mom, cool mom, wannabe mom, loner mom, granola mom. Based on this photo, it's kind of giving sport mom or bully mom. That's this picture. Oh my God. I'm telling you, it is everywhere. It's more than I thought. Yeah, so I'm sure that some of you who are in this community now who, know my face because I stream, I'm sure you've seen my face before. You just didn't realize it. You're actually lucky that series is not the corniest series that photographer has done. Wow. Count my lucky stars. Yeah, the only thing that this is good for now is content on my stream. That's what it's good for. Zit Runograph, thank you for the 35 months. You're eating down in that pic. It's not even, they edited my face. Kind of a compliment. You could be a stock photo model who's never used. I guess that's true. There are so many stock images out there. Lots and lots and lots of. Lots and lots and lots of. Wait, manual raid. Is Will done? Siri done streaming? He must be tired, huh? He must be tired. Wait, is he not? Oh, he's starting up Rust. Wait, why does he do that? Why does he end stream? Oh, for the VOD. Yeah, we'll never do that. Sorry. You'll have to watch the highlight. All right. Well, he's getting into Rust, so maybe I'll pop into Rust. Maybe I'll pop into Rust soon. I'm also going to send this to Cutie. I need you to click through these images and see if any of them seem at all. I need the original photo. I mean, I'm sure it's here somewhere. We got the stock pics. You have so much insane lore. I have a history of being a diehard Lucifer fan back when it was airing, and when I found out you were in an episode, it was like 2 worlds colliding. Yeah, I have a lot. Oh, Will just said, I don't get it. This is me. Wait, how do both Cutie and Sam understand right away? And Will's like, I don't get it. Like, he doesn't even know that that's supposed to be me. Okay. Okay, now he just said, wait, what? Cutie's funny because she's apologizing, but like, it's honestly so funny. It's one of those I'm like, wait, should I be upset about it? I think it's so deranged. It is maybe one of the funniest things that we've discovered here on the stream. I'm dead. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, for the chatters who just showed up. Wait, did I close out of that? Who posted that? Tavia posted that. Wait. Hold on. I think I clicked out of the link. I had so many tabs open. I just wanna. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. You recognize this person, anybody? Anyone? Bueller. That's my evil twin. That's my evil twin, Sherilyn. That is Sherilyn. Don't ever show this to Farley. Oh, he would be so scared. He would be so scared. Quan and friends. Yo, I passed by a dentist's office on my way to work and they had your face on the window. I always wonder if it was really you, if I was going insane. No, it's me. It's me. Let me just say, if you go to your dentist's office and you see an image and you're like, damn, kind of looks like Caroline, it is absolutely me. You're like, huh, why does that girl in that advertisement for Invisalign look like Caroline? You know, the other thing that happened too, this is not the first time. This is not the first time my image has been everywhere. At least the first time, though, it happened, I was more aware. So SLU, the college I went to, they reached out to the head of the theater department and were like, hey, we need somebody for like some photo shoot thing for the school. And so the head of the theater department recommended me. Probably because I was one of like 3 people of color. And I think they were insinuating, they're like, yeah, we need someone who's not totally white. And so I went to go, I did this photo shoot one day. It was fucking freezing. It was so cold. And I had to wear this SLU blue color and be on the steps of, of like student hall. And they did a whole ass photo shoot. It was freezing. They brought out a wind machine to blow my hair. And they told me, they're like, oh yeah, it was like something for student something or other. I honestly wasn't really paying attention and I thought it was just like a small thing. Oh, they used this photo for everything. I was on the SLU website front and center. So when you went to slu.edu, it was a picture of me with my hair flowing back, like trying not to cry tears because it was so cold out. And it was like, here, your future awaits, like the caption. They used it on that. Pamphlets. So when potential students would come to campus and they'd get pamphlets and information, it was like my face on the front of it, windblown hair. And then we had a sister campus. We had the price of being ridiculously photogenic, also being a non-white person. A non-white person in the theater major, and they're like, great. A non-white actress. And so SLU had a sister campus in Madrid, Spain. And I did not go to school there because when I studied abroad, I went to this little town in France because I was a French major. But my friends who went said that there were banners all around, not just the campus, but Madrid, that had my fucking face on them. So throughout Madrid, there were these banners that had this photo of me with the hair flowing back. And then when I got back home to SLU, they had banners around St. Louis as well. Like I had gone international. And when I returned home, they still had banners. Can we see the photo? I swear I've talked about this before, and I know my dad had taken a picture of it when it first was on the website, but I don't know if I'll have. I just wanna. Wait, what is this? I just Googled myself. Whoa, what? When given the task to create a poster for an influential person, I chose screenwriter and actress, now turned Twitch streamer CarolineKwan as my main subject. She takes advantage of her platform to advocate for things such as women's and workers' rights and educates her audience on world events. It was important for me to encapsulate her powerful and feminine aura while using a limited amount of images. Wait, this is so cool. Has somebody shown... I don't want to expose chatter. Wait. Do I know what date it was on the website? It probably would have been around 2013. I don't know. Check anywhere 2012 to 2014. This is really sweet. I feel honored whoever chose me to do this project, and it's also really good. It's really, really good. No, I've not seen this. I guess I have not. I gotta be so for real. I haven't Googled myself in a minute because after like all these crazy Reddit posts and just like awful YouTube videos were made about me, I went, I don't really feel like I was Googling myself just to like kind of check to see what was being said, what was being posted about me. And then I started to obsess over it because it was really bad. And I just worried like what it was going to do to my reputation. And then I just stopped. I went, you know what? There's nothing I can do about this. Nothing I can do. Hopefully I can just keep working hard and do more great things that will then fill up my SEO. So if you Google me, it's not all CarolineKwan is a terrorist. CarolineKwan is a racist piece of shit, which it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, but it sucks. You know, it's like, whether it's a potential opportunity or like someone in my family just Googles me. Anyway, this is really wonderful. I love that. Yeah, showing the GIF, showing the progress is really cool. I love that. Oh, it's so awesome. Wow. Wow, what an honor. How lovely. I like that it's your Twitch profile. It's so crazy because those photos are even like 2 years old at this point. Time to get new headshots. So I guess I got to do a stock photo shoot. I need some updated headshots. So guess it's just time to sign it. Farley, would you want to do a stock photo shoot? Just kidding. Just kidding. If Mother's going to sell your likeness, she's going to make a lot of money. She's going to make you a little model baby. She's going to make you a little model baby. I haven't found you, but your mascot was bargain. Oh, the mascot was so shocked. It was very strange. All right. Anyway, that was funny. That was fun. That was a good little... I'll have to ask my dad to send me... I'll ask my dad to send me the screenshot that he took of the website so you can see the photo. Time to laugh with friends about something in a kitchen. This is perfect. Kwan friends. Oh! See, you know what? Cutie, when she was complaining about not having friends on Wine About It, when she was like, oh, I don't have any friends. baby girl, all you got to do is a stock photo shoot. Then you'll always have friends, and the Google will say so. You do the Google, and it'll say woman and friends, and it'll be a picture of you. Just got to do a stock photo shoot. So this is called a billiken. This was our school mascot. It was really scary, but apparently it's like some, I don't know, some old thing, like a good luck. I don't know, man. Anyway, it was called a billiken. We were the Billikens. The St. Louis Billikens. That's right. Yeah, it's a mythical good luck figure. It's it represents things as they ought to be. Whatever the hell that means. Very cursed. Very, very cursed. Hi, Tiny. Come up here. Oh, today Farley and I went on a walk. We went on a walk and there was a house that we walked past and they already had their Halloween decorations out and he didn't see it. And so when we walked past, one of the pumpkins went, whoa, it's spooky. And he got so scared. Oh, remember the house that we walked past and they had some scary skeletons and pumpkins and there was a ghost. There was a ghost that was also a dog. You got so scared. You were like, Mama, please help. And then I made sure we walked past it a second time. Oh, because your mother thought it was so funny. It was so funny how scared you are. No, this is a boy who is scared of his own shadow. He will see, sometimes Farley will catch his reflection. Sometimes he catches his own reflection and it scares him. And he starts barking. Remember how you bark? You bark at your own reflection. You're like, who is that? Yeah. My little scaredy boy. Okay, I'm not done yet, though. I'm going to go. Your mother has some business to attend to for a little while. All right. That stock photo goes with this song. Oh. I will go give you, I'll give you a treat. Come on. All right. Let's do... Oh, was that only 50 seconds? Oh, awkward. Awkward silence. For some reason, I thought it was longer than that. Okay. All right, party people. Kwan, help me? What's going on? I fell into Snake Eyes 1998 movie and Charlie Kirk Reddit conspiracy. I can't wrap my head now. Oh, well. How about I just bring Jennifer Coolidge into Rust and maybe that will bring you out of whatever the hell that is. Farley, you want to share? You want to watch Mama play Rust? You want a chair? Okay. Okay. We'll get you a chair. We'll get you a chair. Let me open up. Let me open up the game. His little eyeballs. His little eyeballs. Here, come here. Whoa. Isn't that fun? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Winter, thank you for the 4 months. BR, thank you for the 36 months. All right, disconnected. Cool. I guess they don't want Jennifer Coolidge in, huh? Oh, TT boy. Yes, this is Bring Your Son to Work Day. Ah, shit. Why isn't this letting me in? Here. Uh-oh. Okay. This is just not working. Let me see what's going on. Ernest Goes to Hell. Thank you for the 2 months. Okay, maybe I'll close out. Bro, this has just been... This has kind of been the theme of the stream. Shit not working. Shit not working. I wonder if ever anyone else is having issues. Don't you have to be invisible on Steam? Well, I should still be invisible because I haven't changed. I'm still invisible. That's from yesterday. I don't know. I just closed out and now I'm trying to get back in. Fuck. I message Will. Or actually, I should message Abe. Okay. I got in yesterday to rest, but I'm trying to reconnect now, and it keeps saying disconnected. You are the one I need. Charismorg, thank you for 20 or tier 3 months. What the heck? I don't know. IDK. IDK, why this is not working. This isn't it, is it? No. Okay, what the hell? You're supposed to hit F5 and be able to just jump on in. but it's not working. Yeah, I'm gonna not leak. I don't know. Keep saying disconnected. Have you had issues connecting into Rust? Okay, let's see what Abe says. Oh! Oh, Sam. No, I didn't. Abe goes, there's a new IP. OMG, both you and Will did not read. The only DMs I got today about it. The only DMs that he got are from me and Will. Oh, we're such nincompoops.